Om Tat Sat. Thank you everyone for joining the session. Today we enter into verse 8 of chapter 1 of the Bhagavad Gita. And dear sincere seeker, please remember this journey is not just a journey of study of the Gita. This is a journey where you heal, where you overcome anxiety, depression, trauma, or whatever issues you have been through in your life and silently which you are going through it. Just listen to this divine wisdom in full. Sometimes I understand it can become too much because 3 hours or a 2 hour session might be a very big session for some of us who might be busy working and who might be looking after their children. So remember, split these sessions in 3 halves. One video, watch the first hour in the morning, the second hour in the afternoon, and the third hour in the evening if the video is 3 hours. Usually, my best is to keep it within 2 hours, but the first few videos will be a little longer because we are speaking about few important characters that need more of our time and dedication to understand them. But just by saying the video is too long, please don't quit. This is your healing journey. The more and more you listen, just close your eyes and listen to this divine wisdom. If you feel sleepy, open your eyes and listen to this divine wisdom. Keep listening as much as you can, and you will automatically notice that there is some change happening from within. I hope you had watched all the previous videos of verse 7, verse 6, verse 4, verse 3, all those previous verses. Today we enter into shloka number 8, which is Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Kripascha Samitinjayaha Ashwathama Vikarnascha Saumadattistathaiva cha. What it means is, first we'll look at the meaning of each and every word before we learn to recite it. Bhavan, your good self, referring to Dronacharya, his teacher. Let us try to recollect where we were before. Remember, Duryodhana was speaking about the warriors that were present in the side of the Pandava. He mentioned all great warriors, and we tried to look at them through the perspective of our nature, our guna. Today, now we return to the side of the Kaurava. Duryodhana is now saying, "Oh dear teacher, now let me tell you who are the great warriors that are assembled on our side, starting with you, Dronacharya. Bhavan, that's Bhavan. Bhishma, Bhishma, the grand uncle, the grandshire of both the Pandava and the Kaurava. A very interesting personality, and there's so much that we will learn today. In fact, in this session, you just watch this full video. This is equal to studying the entire Bhagavad Gita. In this one verse, you're going to master the whole of the Gita. So, this session will be a longer one, just this verse alone, because there are many important characters we'll be learning about. One of them is Bhishma, Cha, and Karna. Karna, the king of Anga, Cha, and Kripa. So Karna is also an important character. Kripa, who's Kripacharya. In short form, we call him as Kripa. Kripa means stems from Kripa. Due to the Kripa of King Shantanu, he was brought up, which we will learn. Cha and Samitinjaya, ever victorious in battle. Ashwathama, the son of Dronacharya. Vikarna, one of Duryodhana's brothers. Cha and Saumadatti, the son of Somadatta. Bhurishrava, that was his name. Tatha, likewise. Eva, indeed. Cha, and. So together, what do they mean? Duryodhana is saying, your good self, dear teacher, Dronacharya, you're on our side. Bhishma is on our side, grand uncle. Karna is on our side. Kripacharya, who's ever victorious in battle. Ashwathama, Vikarna, and likewise Bhurishrava, the son of Somadatta, is also on our side. Now we will learn how to recite this verse before we get into the deeper meaning. Bhavan, say it after me. Bhavan, Bhavan, Bhishmascha, 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 Karnascha, Karnascha, Kripascha, Kripascha. Say it loudly, confidently. Kripascha, Samitinjaya, Samitinjaya, Samitinjaya. So what does this first line convey? Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Kripascha Samitinjaya, which means, oh dear teacher, you, your good self, grand uncle Bhishma, Karna, Kripacharya, who's ever victorious in battle, you all are on our side. That's what the first line conveys. Second line, Ashwathama Vikarnascha Saumadattistathaiva cha. Oh, we'll first learn to recite. Ashwathama. Say it again. Ashwathama Vikarnascha Saumadattis Tathaiva cha, like that. So what does this last line conveys? The last line conveys Duryodhana telling, we have Ashwathama on our side, a great warrior, Vikarna on our side, Saumadattis, which means the son of Somadatta, Bhurishrava is also on our side. So the last line, or the whole verse, let us recite first and the second line properly. Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha. Say it loudly. Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Kripascha Samitinjayah. Kripascha Samitinjayah. Ashvathama Vikarnascha. Ashvathama Vikarnascha. Saumadattistathaiva cha. Saumadattistathaiva cha. That's verse 8. Now we will get into the meaning of this verse. So, dear sincere seeker, close your eyes or be relaxed. Let go of all your thoughts. Remember, I often used to ask you in the temple within, how do you feel today? So, like that, how do you feel today? If you feel overly disappointed, hurt, just sit with your eyes closed and get ready to heal and to learn very deeply about what this verse tries to convey. This verse will teach us the entire essence of the Gita and the Mahabharata. Guru Dronacharya, yourself, which is Bhavan. He starts with Bhavan, yourself, Guru Dronacharya. Guru Dronacharya, we will first look at something about his personal life, who he was, what he did, and how and what kind of a guna he could be seen within us as. So, Guru Dronacharya was in fact the son of the great sage Maharishi, whose name was Maharishi Bharadvaja. So, Acharya Dronacharya, Acharya Dron or Dronacharya was the son of the sage Maharishi Bharadvaja. What was Dronacharya's father's name? Maharishi Bharadvaja. Look at this term, Maharishi. Have you ever wondered what is the difference between a Rajarishi, a Maharishi, and a Brahmarishi? Let us try to understand the title first, and then we will see what a good background of education and a family that Dronacharya in fact comes from. So his father, Maharishi, there are three types of titles for sages given. Rajarishi, now this is not just a sage but a king. Rajarishi is a title given for a king who's enlightened. Enlightened in the sense a king who's very deeply absorbed in the knowledge of the truth, lives his life as per the Shastra alone. One such great examples could be seen in looking at the life of King Janaka. Raja Janaka was a Raja Rishi. Raja Rishi means an enlightened king. A king who's always living his life as per the scriptures, who's deeply absorbed in the ultimate consciousness, Atman or Brahman. Raja Janaka was a great example of a Raja Rishi who governs his kingdom, who looks after his kingdom as his external dharma, but personally His entire intention is realizing the ultimate truth. That is why, even in the Gita, chapter 3, Sri Krishna uses the name of King Janaka, to inspire Arjuna to perform karma yoga, working without attachment, performing actions without attachment. That is what Raja Rishi is. An enlightened king could be a good translation into English. Second is Maharishi. Now, if you see, Maharishi is a title given for a furthermore deeply enlightened sage, higher than a Raja Rishi. A Raja Rishi is usually a king. A Maharishi is technically a sage who's away from all kingdoms, power, name, fame, whose only dharma is now to realize the ultimate Brahman. A Raja Rishi looks after the kingdom, performs his dharma without attachment. A Maharishi is a more deeply enlightened sage that is constantly meditating on the ultimate truth. Very knowledgeable, filled with the wisdom of the Shastra, the scriptures. So Dronacharya's father, what was his name? Maharishi Bharadwaja. So you can see his father is very knowledgeable. A Maharishi, great Rishi, who has all the knowledge of the ultimate truth within. And the third title is Brahma Rishi. Now, Brahma Rishi is higher than a Maharishi. Brahma Rishi is a sage who has realized the ultimate Brahman. Remember, in Raja Rishi, Maharishi, they are growing. They're coming very close. In Brahma Rishi, the journey is now complete. They have realized the ultimate Brahman. The ultimate truth is realized. That is a Brahma Rishi. These are the three distinctions and definitions of these three titles. So, in case if you see someone being addressed as a Maharishi, it means he's a very enlightened sage. If someone is designated as Brahma Rishi, someone who has reached that state, who has completed the journey. Completed the journey. Important. In quotes, that's Brahma Rishi. Raja Rishi is a king who's also enlightened but still walking towards the ultimate. Enlightenment or Samadhi also has multiple stages. Brahma Rishi is the final stage. Maharishi is the second. Raja Rishi is the first. You will also come across the terminology Deva Rishi. Now, that is generally given as a title for sage Narada. We call him Deva Rishi Narada. Deva Rishi means celestial sages. So they should not be compared with Raja Rishi, Maharishi, Brahma Rishi. Because Raja Rishi, Maharishi, and Brahma Rishi are specifically for human beings. A celestial sage cannot be compared with us because celestial sage is far superior in terms of power and everything. So we don't compare the celestial sage with the titles which are given for human beings, human sages, and who surpass. Celestial sages usually surpass this title. So Maharishi Bharadwaja was Dronacharya's father. And Dronacharya was trained in all education of divine wisdom. He was a master of the Veda and Vedanga. Vedanga are the sciences which are helpful in the study of the Veda, such as grammar, Vyakarana, Chanda, prosody, Jyotisha, astronomy, phonetics, the science of rituals, etymology. He studied everything in terms of knowledge of weapons. He was a tremendous personality. Can't be compared with anyone. In fact, to tell you the truth, in the side of the Kaurava, imagine there is no one, just Dronacharya. This one person is more than enough to defeat the entire Pandava. Duryodhana never needed such a big army. That is the power of Dronacharya. I repeat again, one Dronacharya against the entire Pandava. If Sri Krishna is not going to lift his weapons, point to be noted, where Sri Krishna was the charioteer of Arjuna, the promise was he would not lift any weapon. So leaving Sri Krishna apart, let's keep him in sight. Without Sri Krishna, no one in the side of the Pandava had the power to destroy Dronacharya. They could not match him. Dronacharya and Bhishma, it's a combination that can even defeat Brahma, the creator Brahma. No one can match them. Dronacharya and Bhishma were very powerful. There's no one in the side of the Pandava, leaving Sri Krishna apart, could match them, irrespective of what power they possessed. So Dronacharya was very, very powerful in terms of use of weaponry and all kinds of astra. He was married to Kripi. What was Dronacharya's wife's name? Kripi, who was the daughter of Maharishi Sharadvan. Maharishi Sharadvan, his daughter was Kripi. And this is Dronacharya's wife, right? And Dronacharya's wife, her brother, twin brother, his name was Kripa, which is mentioned here. In the same verse, you see the brother in law is also here. Kripa. His full name is Kripacharya. In short form, we call him as Kripa. Kripacharya was the brother in law of Dronacharya. I hope I'm using the brother in law terminology correctly. So the thing is, Kripacharya and Kripi, brother and sister. Okay? Their father is Maharishi Sharadvan. Kripi gets married to Dronacharya. So in that case, they become very close relatives. Dronacharya marries Kripi and they have a son named Ashwathama, who's also mentioned in this verse. Ashwathama, the son of Dronacharya and Kripi. The name of their child is Ashwathama. Again, a very powerful warrior, deeply learned. Unfortunately, commits one of the most gravest errors in the Kurukshetra battle, which we will learn today. So Dronacharya, going more deeper into his life, from his young age, he was very poor. Because his father, a Maharishi, not interested in money, wealth, name, fame, he would only be doing tapasya. But Dronacharya gets married to Kripi. Now he's a family man. He also has a son, Ashwathama. Once you get married and when you have a family, money becomes very important. It's very difficult to look after a family when there is no proper source of income. So he was very poor. He found it very difficult to even get milk for his child Ashwathama, which in fact forced him, situation forced him to go to King Drupada to ask for help. Remember, this was mentioned in one of the previous verses. King Drupada and Dronacharya were childhood friends. They grew up studying together, as King Drupada had Dronacharya's father Maharishi Bharadwaja as his teacher. But after they were fully grown up, see, time changes, people also change. After Drupada had become the king, when he was addressed by Dronacharya as a friend, he took it as an insult. And he thought, how can a poor person like you call me as your friend? These words were very sharp and it hurt Dronacharya a lot. He goes back without taking any help. And he's still struggling to find a stable career, a stable life. He does not have a stable life. He's married, has a wife and a son who he should feed. Now comes to rescue Kripacharya, the brother-in-law. Kripa. Kripacharya introduces Dronacharya to Bhishma. So Kripacharya was in fact the earlier gurus of the Pandava and the Kaurava. He's pretty much well settled because he was adopted by King Shantanu, who was looking after Kripacharya and Kripi until they grew for the age of marriage. And Kripi got married to Dronacharya. So Kripacharya makes Dronacharya meet Bhishma. Bhishma Pitama, or grandfather Bhishma, respectfully, gives an opportunity for Guru Dronacharya to become the teacher for the Pandava and the Kaurava. That's how he becomes a teacher. Looking for opportunities in life, due to the situations and circumstances life had put him into. Money is important for a family life to live. So Dronacharya was given an opportunity by Bhishma Pitama to train the Pandava and the Kaurava in the study of weaponry. After teaching the Pandava and the Kaurava very well, he gave them all the knowledge he knew. That is Dronacharya. As a Guru Dakshina, he asks them to bring Drupada as a prisoner of war, defeating him. You bring him to me. That's my Guru Dakshina. So we learnt in one of the previous verses in detail about this, how revenge, vengeance is not good for us. If people err, it is best to forgive, forget and let go than to try to make a point, which we learnt in one of the previous verses. So I'll not go too deep into the story of Drupada and Dronacharya. He takes half of his kingdom and sends him back. That is the history between them. And Dronacharya was introduced to the Pandava and the Kaurava by Kripacharya to Bhishma. Bhishma Pitama gives him an opportunity to become their teacher. This is his background. Remember, one person, the whole Pandava army on one side. In fact, the whole creation on one side. Him and Bhishma. It's over. No one can defeat him. Keep Sri Krishna apart. Actually, he's the creator. Sri Krishna can any day turn the tides and defeat Dronacharya and Bhishma. But keeping Bhagavan separately, Dronacharya was a very formidable force, could not be defeated. And we also learn that in the battlefield, his end came by deceiving him. How did he then drop the body if he was so powerful? How did he drop the body? On one of the day of the battles, the Pandava side decide that an elephant named Ashwathama will be killed on this day. And we will tell Dronacharya that Ashwathama is no more, because he had deep attachment to his son. His son was his everything, his very life, like every father and mother. Their children mean a lot to them. Dronacharya was deeply attached to Ashwathama. So in the battle, he was very difficult to defeat. They never knew how can we defeat this person? He's impossible. The whole creation on one side, Dronacharya on one side. He'll still win. Now, how can we defeat him? They created a plan where they decided to tell him that Ashwathama, an elephant, is no more. So on the day of the battle, Ashwathama, his son, was in fact alive. He was in the battle. They tell him, Dronacharya, he was on a different side. Ashwathama was on a very far away different side of the battle. When he was told that Ashwathama is no more, he got shocked for a second, because many warriors were dying in the battle. He got shocked, and for a second he just could not understand what is happening. To stop him from attacking, they did this. Now, Guru Dronacharya did not believe anyone just by the words they said, but he would believe Yudhishthira, because Yudhishthira was known as Dharma Raja. He will never lie. He will only speak the truth. He looked at Yudhishthira and asked Yudhishthira, tell me the truth, what happened? Is Ashwathama dead? And Yudhishthira responds, O teacher, yes, Ashwathama is no more. The elephant. But now here, irony is that before he could say the elephant, everywhere the sound of trumpet was blown. So he did not hear the elephant, sadly. He just heard Ashwathama is no more. See, imagine I'm telling you this. Ashwathama is no more. And suddenly sounds erupt. And I'm saying the elephant. Now you can't hear me say the elephant because it's so loud around. Having known that his son is no more, he's being deceived. He does not know that it was an elephant, not his son. His son is still there in the battle. It's a plan made to stop Dronacharya from attacking like this. So he felt very deeply hurt. Hearing the false report, what he does is he renounces his arms. And with the power of yoga, his life force exited the mortal frame. With the power of yoga, he sits down there. He meditates. And when his jiva drops this body, it was said the entire sky illumined. That was the power he possessed. Remember, he's not even a Raja Rishi, Maharishi, or a Brahma Rishi, an Acharya. Look at the knowledge he learned. How powerful he would have been in the wisdom he embodied. That is why, dear sincere seeker, tapasya. You learn divine wisdom properly. In fact, you can elevate yourself. Your birth has nothing to do. See which family you're born in, how your past was. They all have nothing to do. A great example of this is King Kaushika. King Kaushika was born as a king, very ignorant, not very clear of the knowledge of the truth. But slowly and steadily, as he learns divine wisdom, he becomes a Raja Rishi. As a king, he becomes an enlightened king. So see, he's moving his status. From a king, he becomes an enlightened king. He becomes Raja Rishi. He doesn't stop there. With deeper penance, deeper tapasya, he becomes a Maharishi. Now he is no longer known as King Kaushika. The given title for him is Vishwamitra. Maharishi Vishwamitra. Before he was known as King Kaushika. With his intense penance, he becomes a Maharishi and he is known across the world as Maharishi Vishwamitra. And with even more deeper penance, he becomes Brahma Rishi Vishwamitra. So if Dronacharya left the body, the entire sky illumined. Imagine what powers the Maharishi and the Brahma Rishis would possess. And then when his jiva is exiting, at that moment, Drishtadhyumna, remember the son of Drupada, who was created in a yagna to destroy Dronacharya, he strikes the head of Dronacharya. That's how Dronacharya drops. First, he voluntarily exists. Otherwise, Drishtadhyumna, no one can defeat him. Impossible. Such a personality, why is he, with so much of knowledge, why is he on the side of the Kaurava? We can see this by understanding first how we can relate this character in our life. Dronacharya can be seen as moha in us. Moha means too much of personal attachment, delusion, which is confusion, and not taking the right decision because of personal weaknesses. That is, see, Dronacharya had a very difficult life, agreed. He was given an opportunity by Pitama Bhishma. So he was very respectful to Pitama Bhishma. This is number one. Number two, the father of Duryodhana, Dhritarashtra, was also highly respected. Dronacharya looked at Dhritarashtra in a very respectful way because it was their money that he lived on. Remember his son, he could not even buy milk for his child. So financially, when he is deeply broke, when there was no one to give him a helping hand, he found Bhishma Pitama, Dhritarashtra. They all give him an opportunity to come out of that state of poverty, to live a good life, respectful life, where in society you can look after your family, your children, and don't have to suffer anymore. So he was deeply attached to the ones who saved him from that situation. So he continued staying on the side of Duryodhana. So what we can understand is, see, there are definitely people who would have helped us in our life. Let us say now or in the past, you were someone who struggled for income, who struggled for money or a job. Someone would have given you an opportunity. Just because the person gave you an opportunity, it does not mean that you also be with them when they are doing something wrong. Here only we should use our viveka, our intellect, our knowledge, jnana. Proper discrimination or distinguishing between right and wrong. Here Dronacharya sadly failed. He overcame with more attachment, more of personal emotion. See, emotion took over. That's why whenever you're emotional, never take decisions. When emotion takes over, knowledge just fades away. A great personality sadly became too emotional. For the ones who gave him an opportunity, he didn't even question them for the unrighteousness that they did. He was silently there on their side. Now, many people can debate saying he was an adharmi. Why did he be on the side of the Kaurava? See, it's easy to put fingers at others. But ask yourself, if you were put in the position of Dronacharya, how would you have behaved? It's easy to say, I would have moved away from adharma. But sometimes what we say to what we do end up being different. When you don't have money to buy milk for your child, when your family sleeps hungry, then the perspective of the way that person sees their life is very different to what you will see your life as. So let us not find flaws in them. We are using Dronacharya only to understand moha in us. So whenever I say that they could be seen as a rajasic nature, tamasic nature, it is never to disrespect them. I don't even, we should never even disrespect Duryodhana. We just see him as that tamasic nature in us which arises. These are not external characters alone, they're also our internal character. So Dronacharya can be seen as that moha. To make sure that emotion does not take over in you, please listen to divine wisdom as much as you can. Live your life as per the Shastra. And whenever difficult situations arise in your life and where you should take a very important decision, rely on the scripture more, less on emotion. This will save you. Dronacharya could have removed himself from the association of the Kaurava when he knew that they are doing adharma. This is also another view. See, we can say so much about him, but as mentioning, when you are there, put yourself in his shoes. No one helped you in the society. Who you thought your friend also did not help you. Your child is now asking for milk. You don't have money to buy milk for your child. Your wife is hungry. You don't have a proper job. You don't have a stable life. You're left all alone. At that time, he got an opportunity, so due to which he stayed loyal to the ones who supported him, Bhishma, Dhritarashtra. But for us, what can we do from now is this is a lesson that whoever has helped you in this world, from now start generating a view that a person who gave me an opportunity is not a human being, it was Sri Krishna alone. See, in reality, it is only Sri Krishna who gives us an opportunity. No human being can ever give an opportunity. See, human beings are filled with anger, greed, hatred, lust. They envy others, they don't like others. They don't like others succeeding. They don't like others being higher than them. So the person who truly, if Dronacharya was sticking to learning divine wisdom, he would have understood. If he had let, if he had not thought out of emotion, and he only thought as per the scripture, he could have generated that willpower to move away from the Kaurava, giving excuses. See, I don't see this battle to be as right. I wish to walk away from this. So, the answer, complete summarization, what I would like to say is for Guru Dronacharya, who is within us as Moha, when situations in your life are aligning in a way where a person who helped you a lot is now asking you for a favor for doing adharma with them, please say no, give some reason and walk away. First, try your best to tell them don't do it, it is wrong. If they don't listen, It is better you walk away from that place, because the person who gave you an opportunity was Shri Krishna alone, and no human being can ever give you an opportunity apart from him. So, a complicated life, a great personality, but situation put him on the wrong side of the battle. He could have still stood his ground, walked away, but when emotion takes over, we also make this mistake. When emotion takes over, we forget dharma. So, dear sincere seeker, through Dronacharya, we learn, don't forget dharma. Don't let emotion take over you. You might be in the side of unrighteousness if you let emotions take over you. Next, we come to Bhishma. Again, now Bhishma is such a character that we can speak about him for an entire day. Bhishma Pitama was said to be one of the greatest devotees of Shri Krishna. In fact, he would meditate on the Leela of Shri Krishna in Vrindavana. He was a devotee of Shri Krishna. He had a very long lifespan. See, a very long lifespan. So, Bhishma, out of all of them, he had the longest lifespan, the oldest. Imagine you are going to live in this earth for 1,000 years. What will happen? Bhishma can be seen as that personality, like for you. You're going to live in this earth for 1,000 years. Many people, they usually drop the body when they are 70, 80, or 60, 65, based on their lifespan. You will be seeing so many generations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You'll be seeing your grandchildren, great grandchildren, great, 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 goes on. You'll see all of them. Some might think it is good to be alive so long, but sadly, it is very painful to be alive so long. Because you see war, you see destruction. Own families start fighting with one another. Who we see as our grandchildren, great grandchildren, brothers, cousins, they all start fighting with one another. And if you're an elderly person, seeing all this, every minute you will be questioning, when will I leave this body? So, like that, he had a long lifespan, Bhishma. So, Bhishma was a great devotee of Shri Krishna. His father was King Shantanu. What was the name of King Bhishma Pitama's father? Pitama means father, grandfather. Bhishma Pitama or Bhishma, his father was King Shantanu. He was the eldest son of King Shantanu. King Shantanu, his wife, which is Bhishma's mother, was Bhagirathi, which is Ma Ganga. Ma Ganga was the mother of Bhishma. So, who was Bhishma's father? King Shantanu. Ma Ganga was his mother. In reality, Bhishma is the original owner of that kingdom, neither the Pandava, neither the Kaurava. I repeat again. Who is the original owner of Hastinapura, the kingdom? Bhishma. Neither the Pandava, neither the Kaurava. Then why didn't he become the king? To understand this, we will have to go back into his past. past embodiment. So many, many years ago, in the past embodiment, Bhishma was one of the 8 Vasus. Vasus are the devatas who guard this creation, or who contribute to this creation, who support this creation in so many ways, such as earth, the moon, fire, brilliance, all this. There are the 8 Vasus, Ashta Vasus. Bhishma was one of them. He was the 8th Vasu. Now, what happens? So, we are going to his past embodiment, okay? Not this life. The past embodiment, or also called as the past life. Bhishma's wife, which was Vasu, the 8th Vasu. As a Vasu, his name was Dyau, also known as Dew. Without the Visarga, he's called as Dew. When Visarga is added, the exact name would be Dyau. So Dyau, we're going back to Bhishma's past embodiment. His wife saw the cow of sage Vasishtha. Whose cow? Cow of sage Vasishtha. The name of that cow was Nandini. Or it can also be called as Kamadhenu. Kamadhenu means the cow who fulfills all desires, whatever is required. The cow gives. Kamadhenu, fulfills all desires. So this cow Nandini was said to be an exceptional cow. It would give abundance of milk, abundance of everything, whatever you wish, right? It was a wish-fulfilling cow, which sage Vasishtha had at his ashrama. Now, since his wife was compelling him, give me that cow, I wish to have that cow, it's so beautiful. The cow was gazing. They see this in the forest, and her eyes fall on it, and she's asking Dyau to give that cow, to bring that cow for her. So he convinces the other 7 Vasus to join him on this, so that he can catch the cow and give it as a gift to his wife. Now, when sage Vasishtha gets to know about this, he gets very upset. And he curses the 8 Vasus to be born in the earthly realm for the sin which they have committed in a human form. Remember, whenever you see a situation like this where a sage is cursing, don't think that the sage became angry. This teaches us that the Vasus broke the law of Yama Niyama, due to which an immediate punishment was given. Sages usually don't get angry. It was a punishment for breaking the law of Yama Niyama, which is, we should not steal what belongs to others. Don't look at what belongs to others and start desiring, wish I also have this. It's a wrong habit. It's a bad habit. And stealing what someone possesses is a very terrible act of crime. So they were punished for that crime. Now all the Vasus, they go to sage Vasishtha and they bow down and say, we apologize, we are sorry, we did it unknowingly, please forgive us. We will never do this again. But unfortunately, the curse was pronounced. So what he did was, all you 7, out of the 8, all you 7 will drop your human form as soon as you're born. which means you won't be in the earth for a longer time. As soon as you're born, your body will be dropped. As a child, as an infant itself, you'll die and you'll come back, which means your body will be dropped. But the eighth Dhyau, who was the one who instigated this act, who called you all for this crime, he will be there for the longest time in the earth. That is my curse. So that's why Bhishma had the longest lifespan, because of that curse which he was going through. So what we learn from here is, more than the crime, the person who instigated you to do the crime suffers the most. So don't be someone who tells others to do something wrong. See, others, they all escaped. But you, the one who instigated, who started this, is going to suffer the most. That is why, dear sincere seeker, stop looking at what others possess and becoming jealous out of it. It is not worth it. It will only destroy you. So due to which Bhishma, sadly, burning that karma, he lives the longest. Then what happened to those other seven? So this is again now coming back to the history of Bhishma in his now embodiment. His real name was in fact not Bhishma. His real name was Devavrata. What was his real name? Devavrata. He was born to Ma Ganga and King Shantanu. Now Ma Ganga and King Shantanu, their marriage is also a very complicated alliance. That is, before marrying King Shantanu, Ma Ganga had conveyed that I will marry you, but on one condition. You should not ask or question me on my acts, which means whatever I do, don't question me on that, whatever it could be. Don't stop me from doing what I want to do. If you stop me, or if you start questioning me why I'm doing something that I do, at that moment I will leave you. So King Shantanu, mad in love with Ma Ganga, he said, whatever deal you say, it is okay. Just get married with me. King Shantanu was also a very handsome king. He was a great personality. So they both get married. Remember the 8 Vasus? All of them are born. So they were looking for a mother to be born in the earthly realm so that their curse can be properly executed. The 7 Vasus should be dropping the body as soon as they are born. The 8th lives for the longest. So every time King Shantanu and Ma Ganga have a child, mysteriously, what King Shantanu notices is that the child is put into the river Ganga. And every time a new child is born, Ma Ganga releases the child into the river, saying, this is for your good. Because the curse was, you will be born in a human form and immediately you'll die for those 7 Vasus. So first child was born, this is for your good. Which means drop this body, go back to your real identity of being a Vasu. Second child also the same, third child also the same, fourth also the same, fifth also the same, sixth also the same, seventh also the same. Now King Shantanu is a little confused. What is this? Why? Why is she doing this? How evil has she become? How can she put all her own children into the river and kill them? They are just infants. But he's not aware of this scenario. He will be told shortly by Ma Ganga. Now the 8th child is born and she goes to the river to do the same thing. Now King Shantanu stops her. Please don't do this. What kind of a woman are you? You're, you're killing your own children. 7 of them have been drowned by you. This is the 8th. Why are you doing this? So now Ma Ganga says, oh dear king, my marriage or my association with you was only till here. Remember the deal? The deal was you should not ask me what I do with these children. Now you have questioned me on my act, and I will also tell you more deeply why I did this. Number one, she reminded King Shantanu about this past history of the 8 Vasus, how they all had unfortunately committed a crime against a cow of sage Vasishtha, and his curse for all of them 8 to be born in the earthly realm, in which 7 should drop the body immediately after they are born. No mother can do this task. It's a very painful task. So she exhibited that task. So all the 7 were drowned immediately because their lifespan was only so much. But the 8th child, which she is having in her hand, Devavrata, is going to be here for a very, very long time. Far longer than any human being. So that is why she will take this child with her. She will train the child properly in all the wisdom of the scriptures, Shastra, weaponry, and she will send him back to him. That was the conversation between King Shantanu and Madevi. So King Shantanu was now at least a little relieved, knowing that it was not done out of ignorance, it was done with a purpose, whatever had happened. But now Ma Ganga also left him, so he was deeply pained and lonely, being all alone. After many, many years, when he goes on a trip into the forest, there he sees a beautiful young boy, very good looking, very handsome, shining like the sun. As soon as he sees that child, he's awestruck. Who is this child? That's his own child, Devavrata, whom he could not recognize because he never saw him often. So he was next to the river Ma Ganga. He questions Ma Ganga, who was that child? And Ma Ganga comes in her form and introduces him back to his son Devavrata, saying that I have trained him completely. I've given him to the right rishis. Sage Vasishtha taught him the Veda. Parashurama, the great Parashurama, taught him the wisdom of weaponry. He is deeply learnt in all the scriptures, all the Shastra, all the use of weaponry, and he is now ready to be with you. And she gives back Devavrata to King Shantanu. King Shantanu is overly delighted to see his wonderful son, smart, intelligent, very sharp. Bhishma was said to be tremendously excellent. Just like Dronacharya, Bhishma on one side, the whole creation on one side. No one can defeat Bhishma. Just like Dronacharya, Bhishma on one side, the Pandava, the Kaurava, all on one side. No one can destroy him. Keeping Sri Krishna apart, we'll not bring him into this calculation which we are making. So, like this, he was a great personality. His real name was Devavrata. He is also called as Gangeya, the son of Ma Ganga. So sometimes you'll also see him being called as Gangeya, which means the son of Ma Ganga. So why was he called Bhishma? Now comes the most important question. He was called Bhishma because, now remember, Ma Ganga is gone, King Shantanu is all alone. His son, the apple of his eye, who looks so wonderful, great knowledge, great wisdom, he was very happy with his son. But one fine day, while going into a forest towards a river, he sees Ma Satyavati. Satyavati was a daughter of a fisherman. He sees Satyavati and he is awestruck with her beauty. Now, Satyavati also has a past. So, every character here, when we get into them, it's a long session. So, we'll make it short and simple. She had a past where she was then given a boon by sage Parashara, and she attained that divine and a beautiful form. Her body looks tremendous, very beautiful, because of the blessing which she received. She's very attractive, very beautiful. When you look at her, you can't turn your face away from her. That's how beautiful Satyavati was. The fisherman was her, in fact, foster father, not her real father. So now King Shantanu looks at her, falls in love. So he asks Satyavati's foster father if they both can get married with his permission. Now, what the foster father does is he says, I do not object your marriage. I'll be very happy with this marriage. But on one condition, I want the child of you and Satyavati to be the king of your kingdom after he is born, after he reaches that age. The rightful heir should be your child between Satyavati and you, King Shantanu. King Shantanu was also filled with deep wisdom. He said, no. How can this be possible? His apple of his eye, not King, Devavrata, Bhishma. He loved him a lot. He could not live without Devavrata. He disappointedly went back. He kept quiet and he was grieving because he's fallen in love. He's fallen in love with Satyavati. He's always thinking of Satyavati and he thought maybe that's it. Slowly and steadily, I will not use Bhishma, Devavrata. Before we come to Bhishma, he's Devavrata. So Devavrata asks his father, oh father, what has happened to you? Why are you looking so upset? I'm here, your son, who's always willing to serve you. What do you want? Whatever you want, I'll give you. I can't see you being upset. It hurts me. Now, King Shantanu does not tell him directly. He just says, oh son, if you, by some circumstances, happen to lose your body, who will look after this kingdom of mine? That is the question in my mind. So he didn't directly say about what's running in his mind about marrying Ma Satyavati and what was the deal with the foster father, which he rejected. He came back. He said, no, never that. I can't leave Devavrata without his rightful kingdom. So he did his dharma. He came back. He's not directly telling Bhishma what had happened. So Bhishma Devavrata still could not understand. He goes to one of the ministers, who's a very close friend of King Shantanu, knows what is happening with King Shantanu, and he tells him everything. And then Devavrata goes to the foster father of Ma Satyavati to tell him that, in fact, to promise him that he will not be an obstacle for their children in the future for having a kingdom. He agrees that the child of Ma Satyavati and King Shantanu can be the king, and he will not be the king. The foster father agrees, but he says, dear Devavrata, everyone knows you in this creation as a very truthful personality, as an honest personality. I trust your words. I don't doubt you at all. No one can doubt you. Someone like you who embodies dharma, who can doubt you? I don't doubt you at all. But the question in my mind, what is bothering me, is not about you. It is about your children. What if they tomorrow come and start an argument or a battle saying this kingdom rightfully belongs to their father, it should be given back to them, a war, a problem will erupt. That is my worry. My worry is not about you, my worry is about your children. So Devavrata then says, today I promise you, which no human being on this earth can ever do, which is, I will live my whole life as a brahmacharya, as a brahmachari, practicing brahmacharya, which means he will not get married. He will dedicate himself only to living a life as a brahmachari. Then the foster father agrees, and Ma Satyavati and King Shantanu were married. So due to this vow which he took, he is named as Bhishma, which is a terrible vow, a very tough vow. The correct translation could be not terrible, but tough vow. Sometimes people also translate it as terrible, which means can also be termed as tough, a very tough vow which not anyone can take. See, living a life of being alone requires a lot of dedication because our mind is a monkey mind. When it looks at new people, it keeps running. I'll this, that, this, that. So to be committed, to be dedicated, that's why we call him as Bhishma, who stuck to that vow and who was very truthful and never got married till he dropped his body, till his last. So that's where the name Bhishma comes from. A great personality, highly respected, and someone who sacrificed his life for the happiness of others. This is what we learn from him. Someone who sacrificed his own happiness for the happiness of his father. See, when you're wealthy, right, when you have money, having a partner, a spouse, having a children, they all tempt us. When you have money, the world becomes a place for temptation. When you're really struggling for everything, yes, you won't notice all this. When you're struggling to pay your bills, to live a daily life, you're in a different category. For you, these things will not happen. The biggest problem is, how can I live till tomorrow? How can I survive till next month? But when you have everything, then the situation changes. You will feel tempted for everything in this world because you have the time, you have the money, you have the resources. So Bhishma, Devavrata, the kind of vow he took in that position, it is something highly applauded because not anyone can do such a big sacrifice. Now this also comes because of the curse. So I did not tell the full curse of sage Vasishtha. He in fact curses that the reason, the 8 Vasus, remember, Dyav was cursed that you live at the longest time, and since the crime you committed was because of your partner, you will never have a partner in your human form. So this also justifies why he never got married. The curse was, when he is in the human form, he will not have a spouse. So he never got married as well. So like this, we don't know what we all did in the past embodiment, like Dyav. Did you all try to steal anyone's cow? Please don't do that. Let's not get cursed by anyone for stealing what is theirs. That's why we all are struggling here. See, our life, right, it has a purpose. You, I, we all have a purpose. Something would have done. We would have eyed on what someone else has. So be careful. Whenever you live your life, the moral of this incident, what we learn is, be very careful on how you conduct yourself in this creation. Even if your spouse, your children say that I want this, I desire this, get it for me, you should have the personal capacity to understand, is it right or is it wrong? Is it as per dharma? Is it adharma? Then you should take a decision. Don't take decisions out of emotion. Then you will be struggling like this. How Bhishma sadly was going through pain. For many, many years he's struggled. Struggled in the sense looking at your own family destroy oneself, who would like to see? So like this, you and I, we don't know what karma we did. When you go deep into meditation, all the past embodiments will start flashing. You will start seeing those visions. You will understand whose cow we stole, or whose family, friends, what we did, whose kingdom we stole, whose money we stole, we don't know. So stay away from these actions. Don't steal what belongs to others. So in the battlefield, Bhishma was very powerful. There is no one who could have defeated him, and he was said to be a great warrior who dropped his body during the sun's northern course, Uttarayana, which you will understand deeper when you enter chapter 8 of the Gita. He dropped it on his own free will. So no one can kill him. He can only drop his body on his own free will. That's how he drops it. So through Bhishma, what we learn is that Bhishma can be seen as our character of mamata. Mamata means attachment. Attachment to one's personal decision, which earlier on was right, but now becomes adharma. Now does not justify dharma. That is, see, the rightful owner of the kingdom was in fact Bhishma. But Satyavati and King Shantanu get married. They have two children, Chitrangada, Vichitravirya. And further, Chitrangada dies at a young age, Vichitravirya. So it's a huge past I'm getting into. From Ambika, Ambalika, the children's come, Pandu, Dhritarashtra. Coming to Dhritarashtra specifically, this battle, he could have stopped Dhritarashtra. Bhishma had the power to just tell Dhritarashtra, this is wrong, stop it. If he had told Dhritarashtra, Dhritarashtra would immediately stop because he had great respect for Bhishma. He would listen to whatever Bhishma Pitama said. But sadly, Dhritarashtra was also blind with the love for his son. And he would accept whatever his son says. Even if someone tells him not to do, he had stopped listening. So Bhishma can be seen as our mamata, attachment. Attachment to one's own family, loved ones. Even when their unrighteousness, supporting them does not justify. And most importantly, he could have stopped this. He had the power. So which means when you are someone who has the power to stop unrighteousness, use it. Don't be silent in that place. Even when Draupadi was being stripped naked in the assembly of the Kaurava, Bhishma was present. As an elderly, his responsibility should be to stop this, raise the voice immediately, end this. But being silent because these are your family, your children, how can I speak to them? How many times should I tell them or teach them? Can also land us in the side of adharma. So when you see some of your loved ones doing something wrong, speak up to them, tell them not to do this. Now, if they don't listen, you don't have to worry about it. Because sometimes what we can do is we can only tell others, don't do this, it's wrong. But if they continue doing it, it's their karma. You have done your dharma. So mamata is that attachment of being silent even when families commit errors. When your loved ones commit errors, don't just be silently witnessing it. Tell them. If they don't listen, it's understood. That's how human beings are. But from your side, at least, you should make an attempt to tell them that they are wrong, don't do this. That is Bhishma in us. So, again, a great character, highly respected. We use mamata, attachment, to understand how this nature is also within us. See, there are so many times when we would have seen in our life. When someone else, see this like this, when someone else breaks a line, imagine you're going somewhere to buy something. If an unknown person breaks a line and walks in the front, we speak so much. We say, how irresponsible. If someone says some lie, someone cheats, someone does something, how we blame them. We speak so ill about them. But when some of our own loved ones do it, we just forget it. Don't do that. That is only mamata, attachment. It is wrong. So, like that, he let go of everything, whatever his loved ones did, he just let go of it. He didn't interfere. He didn't tell them this is wrong, don't do this. That becomes a dharma in due course. So similarly, when you see your own family member, see, for example, if someone is doing something wrong, we catch them, we scream at them, we abuse them, we hurt them, we do so much. But when our own loved ones does the same act, we be quiet. That is wrong. That is what we are trying to understand here. Don't be silent when the people who are with you are doing a dharma. Speak up to them. Tell them this is wrong. Bhishma is that, mamata is that character which develops in us when we don't practice divine wisdom and we are only overpowered by emotion. Next character is Karna. Karna is also a tremendous character here. He was born, in fact, to Ma Kunti, the mother of the Pandava. Karna was in fact the first child of Ma Kunti. What happens is that Ma Kunti had received a boon, a mantra from a sage, that whatever she wishes, right, that will come true. The mantra was whatever she wishes, whatever she asks for, with the help of this mantra, that will be attained. Now, since she was very young, just 16, 17, at a young age, when someone gets something like this, the immediate temptation is that, will this really work? Let me try it. So she thought of having a child like the sun devata, Surya devata, and she used this mantra and it worked. Now, unfortunately, when you're 16, when you're not married, when you're a princess, the society will speak very ill about you. So she was deeply pained because her father and mother were shocked about this. So she was asked to let go of the child in the river. So the child was left into the river. And finally, because of the current of the river, the child was put into a box and left into a river. The current of the river moved it towards, current means the force, the power of the river. As it flows, it had finally reached Hastinapura. There, it was picked up by an Adhiratha. Adhiratha is a charioteer, and the child was taken to his home as he and his wife's name was Radha. They both always wanted to have a child, but unfortunately, they could not have a child. Finally, when they found this child, they wanted to keep this child with them and look after it. So they recognized Karna as their own child. He was born with a natural gold armor and earrings representing the Surya Devata. He had a gold armor which will protect him, Kavacha, and earrings. So any arrows which hit at him, they can't pierce him because of that golden Kavacha. He was looked after by Radha and her husband. He was in fact given the name, his real name was Vasushena. And he also received his training from sage Parashurama. Parashurama, and he was said to be someone who could match Arjuna in the art of weaponry. He also became the king of Anga. So here we see Karna becomes the king of Anga because now see his situation is also a little painful. He was living, he was in fact born a prince. Who's his mother? Ma Kunti. But before marriage, no one knows about this. She silently lets the child into the river, and the child is now brought up by an Adhiratha and his wife, Radha. He grows in a very modest family. He learns great knowledge of weaponry. And when there was an occasion in Hastinapura where all warriors were showcasing their talent and potential, Karna had also assembled there and he wanted to show his potential that he can defeat Arjuna. Everyone laughed because he is the son of a charioteer, which means the skills, the knowledge will not be there. He would not have been trained in the use of weaponry. So they thought, how can he do it? And he did not even qualify. He would have to be someone who had learned this wisdom in a proper way, should be at least a prince or someone that belonged to that family. Now, Duryodhana at that time he recognized Karna. That means his skills. He knew that this person has some skill. He's very confident. I should give him an opportunity. What is the problem? Karna was not allowed because he was not a recognized person. So he makes him the king immediately. He crowns him the king of Anga and makes him enter that ceremony where everyone was showcasing. And Duryodhana was deeply pleased by looking at Karna's strength. He was phenomenal in power. In fact, it is said that he would not just match Arjuna, he could exceed the power and he could even defeat Arjuna in a proper one-on-one combat. He was very powerful because his teacher is the teacher of Bhishma, Parashurama, an avatar of Sri Vishnu. So he had a tremendous teacher. His knowledge was also phenomenal. Now the problem was that Karna was deeply attached to Duryodhana and his friendship because an opportunity given. He never had an opportunity. He lived a very modest life without wealth, with struggle. So when he got this opportunity from Duryodhana, he always wanted to be loyal to Duryodhana. Irrespective of what Duryodhana did, he never questioned. Which means blindly don't follow anyone and everyone. or everything what others do, because it'll land you in trouble. In fact, Karna was also advised by Sri Krishna himself. Sri Krishna reminded him about his birth, who he was in reality. He is the eldest of the Pandava. In the five Pandava, the children of, if in Pandava, what I mean is the children of Makunti. In all the five Pandava, he was supposed to be the eldest. So Sri Krishna had asked him, come to the side of the Pandava, don't be in the side of the Kaurava. But yet he did not agree, because he felt that I was given an opportunity by Duryodhana. He helped me. He was the one who was with me. When the world was against me, he gave me freedom. He gave me recognition. He gave me power. How can I leave and betray someone like that? And the same Makunti, his own mother, met him and asked him to not be on the side of the Kaurava. But he never listened, because his view was, Duryodhana, when the whole society degraded me, when there was no rights, I did not have the rights to get into a ceremony where the power of weaponry can be shown, because I was not born in a powerful family. There's no justification for this. It's an insult. I was not let to participate because of my status in the society. Duryodhana supported me. He gave me that status. I will never let him go. I will be by him, irrespective of what happens. So he stays by the side of Duryodhana. He was a very loyal friend of Duryodhana. In fact, his kavacha, which means his armor, and his golden earrings, it was asked by Indra Devata, the king of the heavens, because Indra Devata knew Karna was phenomenally powerful. It will be difficult for Arjun to defeat Karna as long as he has the kavacha and the golden earring. So Indra Devata disguises himself as a sage and asks these two from him. Now, Karna was known as someone who will donate, he will give whatever he has. After his sunrise prayers, he will never question why they want it. He'll just give them whatever they ask. He was known as a great donor that will give whatever he had. Like that, he had given his own earrings and that natural armor of his body with great delight at the moment it was asked. So he's been seen as someone who's a true giver. Again, situation in life had put him in a way where now he decided to stay on the side of Duryodhana, because Duryodhana gave him respect which the society did not give him. So Karna can be seen as our man, desire to prove oneself or gain recognition. See, that is why what we learn in our Shastra is that learn to accept wherever you are in your life today. The society can respect you, the society cannot respect you. That is not in our hand. We have nothing to do with the society. Our work is only to realize Sri Krishna. With that view, if we live, we can live a far more peaceful life and we can save ourselves from unwanted controversies. So Karna can be seen as man, a pride which is born. How can you say I am lesser to you? See, some people are insane, so they will think you are lesser to them. You can't stand to prove all insane person. You can't make all the insane persons sane. That's not our work here. Even in this world, see, whatever happens, not just now. In the past, there was discrimination. In the present also, there is discrimination. In future also, because human beings, not everyone are the same. They all have the guna nature. Some are tamasic. Some will always see others as less to them. You can't correct them. Nature will correct them. Prakriti will do its work. Prakriti will teach them such lessons that now they will lose all interest of high low. Their only interest will be leave me, I surrender. So don't get mad at the world. The world is like this. It's a messed up place now. Use your energy to realize Ishvara. Sometimes we are born. See, discrimination, what I meant is there's always a divide. Some is very wealthy, some is not so wealthy, some is very successful, some is not so successful. It always happens. We can't expect all to have the same in life. Accepting it, just accept and move away. Stop focusing on the external. That's we don't want anything external. All we want is the feet of Shri Krishna. So get rid of your man trying to prove others. I am also equal to you. I am also as intelligent of you. Doesn't matter. What are you going to prove by getting? What are you going to get in proving humans of how great you are? There's nothing. These maximum they are mental psychopaths. You don't get into a mental hospital and prove all those mental cases that you're an intelligent person. It's insanity. I repeat again. Proving that you're a good person, or you have equal skills, or you're someone far better than others, or equal to others, or anything. We don't do it in a mental hospital where they're all mentally psyched individuals. Like that in the earthly realm, people who some hold power, they will try to discriminate. But it does not mean that you go against them every time. They will be taught a lesson by Prakriti. Now, I'm not saying you should just acknowledge and accept them. They will be punished so severely that they will never have power for the next hundreds of kalpa. They don't even know what they're doing. You should rather use your time and energy only to surrender at the feet of Sri Hari. Because proving anything in this world to anyone is of no use. That is what we learn. Karna, great character. Situations, circumstances put him in a place where now he was on the side of unrighteousness. And next we have Kripa, also known as Kripacharya, the brother-in-law of Dronacharya. Kripacharya was the son of Maharishi Sharadvan. And remember his sister? Her name was Kripi. He was in fact brought up by King Shantanu out of pity, due to which he was named as Kripa. Kripa is pity. Out of pity, King Shantanu looked after them. So due to which his name was Kripa. And his sister got the name Kripi. He was said to be an excellent scholar in the wisdom of the Veda and had all great qualities within him. In fact, before Dronacharya, he was the teacher of the Pandava and the Kaurava and the Yadava warriors. So Kripacharya was the teacher of the Pandava and the Kaurava even before Dronacharya. He was in fact also said to be the one who imparted the knowledge of arms or weaponry to King Parikshit, the son of Abhimanyu. In one of the previous verses we learned. So he's said to be a great expert in knowledge of weaponry. And this was his personality. He's said to be very knowledgeable, but Kripacharya can be seen as that nature of Ashakti within us. Ashakti means attachment to one's position or being bound to established role. Kripacharya, even though being very intelligent, he became Ashakti. Ashakti means he's not taking personal decisions. Personally, you should be able to take a stand that no, this side is unrighteous. I should not be with them. I should tell them not to enter into this battle or not to do this, go for this battle. He never had his own view. He just accepted whatever roles he was given. And from his young age, since he was looked after by King Shantanu, he had a great respect for Bhishma. So he just stays on the side wherever Bhishma was. More than Duryodhana, Kripacharya and Dronacharya stay on the side of the Kaurava specifically because of Bhishma. Because Bhishma was very, very respectable. It was Bhishma's father who looked after Kripacharya, who helped him study and grow. So he was very loyal to Bhishma and his family, due to which he stayed. So which here we see is Ashakti. Even if someone supports you and give an opportunity, you should not become so dull that you don't take your personal decisions in life. Just going with the flow every time would not be the right decision. Accepting whatever others say and just silently doing that can also be seen as an error when it is done in a dharma. See, when someone asks us to do something right, it is dharma. But if someone asking us to do a dharma, here we should take our stand. No, I can't get into this battle. I deeply respect you, Bhishma. I deeply respect your family. It is because of you all that I am able to live and survive. But I can't get into this battle. It will be unrighteous. A personal decision should be taken by us. So in life, we also become Ashakti, attachment to one's position. Don't be so attached that the position becomes more important than dharma. So Kripacharya was also a important guru and teacher of the Pandava and the Kaurava. In our life, we see when we are in a position, when others are committing mistakes, we also keep committing that mistake. It does not justify. We should be living as per dharma. Otherwise, you'll be told you're weak. You can't take your personal decisions. You're always looking for others. Like AI. How do I drink water? Please tell me. Go take a glass, pour water, take your hand to the glass, slowly bring it up and drink and keep it back down. You should not become an AI yourself. Whatever advices it gives, I follow. You should have a personal decision, a personal view as per dharma. Otherwise, you'll become blind. You'll become mentally, you'll be not so sharp. So Kripacharya, very intelligent personality. I'm trying to speak about Ashakti. How we should not become Ashakti. Just because of our position, our pride, we should be truthful in our life. And he said to be ever victorious in battle because a very great personality, very intelligent. Then we have Ashwathama. Ashwathama Vikarnascha. So Ashwathama is the son of Acharya Drona, Dronacharya's son. He is also said to be an expert in the use of weaponry. He in fact received the direct training under his father, Dronacharya. He is also a Maharathi. Maharathi means one warrior who could destroy multiple hundreds and thousands at the same time. But Ashwathama had one major problem. He could not control his anger. Krodha. Krodha. Ashwatthama can be seen as our nature of krodha. In anger, imagine what all we did or what all we do. How we abuse our family, how we speak ill to them. That is why, dear sincere seeker, get rid of this anger. How can you get rid of it? First, learn to accept people as they are. You can't change them. You can't change the world. You can't change other people. By getting angry, you will hurt yourself more than the other people. In fact, Ashwathama, when he got to know how his father was deceived and destroyed in the battle, he becomes so much filled with anger that in the night time, when everyone are sleeping, he gets into the camp of the Pandava and he kills 5 people that were sleeping. He thought it was the 5 Pandava, but unfortunately, it was the 5, or fortunately as well, because the Pandava embody righteousness, it was their children. The 5 children of Pandava who were sleeping, they were killed by Ashwathama. Ashwathama thought it was the 5 Pandava. He did not know it was their children. He had nothing to do with his children. His aim was only the 5 Pandava because they only deceived his father by telling Ashwathama is no more. And Yudhishthira was saying Ashwathama is no more. The elephant, even before he could say the elephant, the trumpets blew. He became very enraged with that. How can you lie and deceive and destroy my father? Now, since you did it, I will also do it. So he did a very grave sin, getting into the camp of the Pandava in the night time and destroying the 5 children. He thought it was the Pandava whom he had destroyed, but it was their 5 children, which was said to be a very grave sin. So what we learn from Ashwathama is krodha. Learn to handle your anger. Dear sincere seeker, learn to handle your anger. Stop having expectations with people. Be happy with the way people are. Otherwise, you will hurt yourself more than anyone else. He committed a grave crime which can't be forgiven. So Ashwathama can be seen as the nature of anger within us. He's still there within you. While you're listening to this session, are you feeling angry that why is this going for so long? See, Ashwathama is erupting in you. Get rid of him. How can you get rid of him? Accept whatever comes your way. It is for your good. Whatever happens in your life, it is for your good. So Ashwathama is that nature of anger. And then we have Vikarna. Vikarna was in fact one of the 100 sons of Dhritarashtra. He was the brother of Duryodhana. He was in fact said to be a very virtuous person. In fact, at the time when Draupadi was being insulted in the court of the Kaurava, he was one such individual who in fact took a stand and said that this is unrighteous, this is wrong. Draupadi belongs to the Pandava. She can never be won by any kind of a game of dice. So Draupadi is not won by this game of dice. It is wrong. He in fact stood up. One of the very few who even opened his mouth. It was Vikarna alone who rose in the open court and declared. He spoke as per dharma. He said the injustice, this is an injustice what you all are doing, this is wrong. This game of gambling and betting on Draupadi was terribly wrong. You can't do this. One of the few who stood up and Vikarna can be seen as our character of Daurbalya, which is weakness. See, weakness is knowing that his brother was wrong, Duryodhana, knowing that his father was blindly always listening to whatever Duryodhana says. He should have taken a personal stand to walk away from this, that I am not going to indulge myself in this battle. This is wrong. See, dharma is not just half dharma. When you're someone who embodies dharma, you should not just embody it half. One place I'm dharmic, other place I'm not. If you're truly a dharmic person, you should be honest in every place. You should take a stand. This kingdom does not belong to us. It belongs to the Pandava in reality. It was their father who looked after this kingdom. When he died at a young age, the kingdom came to our father. So as per dharma, it should go to them. I'm not going to enter into this battle. He could have taken a personal stand. So that is why that strength to take a personal stand in your life comes only when you listen to divine wisdom and you practice divine wisdom in your life. Otherwise, you will become mentally very weak. You won't have your own personal say. We can see Vikarna as a virtuous person but has no personal say. Like AI says, take this glass of water, slowly drink water, and I'll follow whatever you say. It's ignorance. When you don't have your personal dharma, personal view that this is right, this is wrong, then you'll end up doing a dharma. You can't blindly follow people. Just because I tell you something, or let's say you have some respect. I like the way this teacher teaches. I will do what this teacher says. And I tell you something wrong to do. And if you don't have the capacity to understand, hey, this is wrong, I can't do it, then you're not even following dharma in your life. So don't become mentally weak in taking decisions because of your attachments. Another easier example is when a third person does an error, we say so much ill about them. We all become very intelligent, dharmic people. I'm a very nice person. When we see that a third person, someone you might not know, has even committed a crime, we will speak ill of them. So just a second. But the moment the turn comes to our family or the ones whom we love, we just leave them. We don't pay attention to it. So that is wrong. You should have a personal stand that you are my family, you are my friend. It does not matter. Dharma is dharma. You cannot walk in the path of adharma. That is the view what we should develop, dear sincere seeker. Daurbalya, weakness, can be seen as Vikarna, who's also within us. Bhuri Shrava. Bhuri Shrava is the son of Somadatta. He was said to be, in fact, Somadatta. So Bhurishrava was the grandson of King Shantanu's elder brother, Bhalika. He was also a virtuous person, an expert in the art of weaponry. He was a Maharathi, a great warrior. How is he related? He's King Shantanu's, the grandson of King Shantanu's elder brother. King Shantanu's elder brother's family. King Shantanu, Bhishma's father, his elder brother, his family line. From there comes Bhurishrava. He's a virtuous person and he's also a Maharathi. In the battlefield, he was in the side of the Kaurava, specifically to destroy Satyaki, also known as Yuyudhana. Family rivalry, personal rivalry. Bhurishrava was in the side of the Kaurava not because of the power, not because he was against the Pandava. He was specifically against Yuyudhana, who was on the, which who was Yuyudhana. We learned in one of the previous verses in detail. So Bhurishrava can be seen as rivalryness. Spardha. Spardha means rivalry, a drive to compete and prevail and destroy that other person. It is not good for us. That rivalry, I am better than this person. Or family rivalry. This is our family, that is their family. Who's more wealthy, who's more powerful. These all are, as mentioned, different type of mental cases. Who's mentally not sane, but think themselves to be as sane. Why should you rival against other people? What do you get out of rivalry with other people? It is only destruction. So Bhurishrava can be seen as that rival nature within us which we have against others, which is not good for us. It is not good even for others. Mostly it is not good for us. He was specifically in the side of the Kaurava because he was against Yuyudhana, who was on the side of the Pandava. And he can be seen as the nature within us, which is rivalry. So don't have hatred towards others, or don't see others as your rival. Live in this world by giving all an opportunity and seeing all as Sri Hari alone. Thus ends this verse. Now we will meditate on the mantra Om Paramatmane Namaha for the next few minutes before we start with the Yoga Sutra of Sage Patanjali. Paramatmane Namaha. Om Paramatmane Namaha. Om Paramatmane Namaha. Om Namaha. Paramatmane 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 Namaha. Om Namaha. Paramatmane 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 Namaha. Now we get into the Yoga Sutra. Remember, dear sincere seeker, if you feel too tired listening to this at a stretch, pause it. Enjoy this journey. Don't do it with an intention of, oh, I get tired. Do it out of love, happiness. I hope you're smiling, not being angry and looking at the screen. So, next we move to verse 15 of the beautiful Yoga Sutra of our sage Patanjali. What we learn from verse 15 is, so just doing a small revision till the previous verse, what we did, we learned about Abhyasa, the importance of Abhyasa. Abhyasa is our spiritual practice. Love your spiritual practice. Little by little you do. Don't overdo it and, oh, I can't do it anymore. You should not you should not dislike it. You should love your practice. Like listening to the satsanga. It should keep your mind happy. It should give you peace. It becomes a part of our life. You should be looking forward for this, not who's going to listen to such a long session. Rather, you should always be someone who's enthusiastic in listening to this. That level of affection you develop towards divine wisdom, that is abhyasa. Don't see the Gita, the Yoga Sutra as boring scriptures. They're beautiful, wonderful scriptures when learnt in the right way. That's what we learnt about abhyasa. Everyday practice, practice. Verse 15 is Dhrishtanushravika Vishaya Vitrashnasya Vashikara Sangnya Vairagyam. What it means is Drishta, seen, Anushravika, heard through the scripture, Vishaya, objects, Vitrashnasya, of one who is free from craving, Vashikara, mastery, Sangnya, known as, designated as, Vairagyam, dispassion. What it means in full is dispassion, Vairagya, is the state of mastery attained by one who is free from craving for objects that are seen or heard through the scripture, or objects that are seen or heard in this world. Dhrishtanushravika. This is a little difficult verse to recite. Try doing it very slowly if you can. Dhrishtanushravika Vishaya Vitrashnasya Vashikara Sangnya Vairagyam. What it means is, in short, what is Vairagya? Detachment. We all think of detachment, right? Many people translate detachment as, I no longer love my children. I no longer love my spouse. I'm detached from them. Hey, what's wrong with you? Go check a doctor very soon. There's something wrong with your mind. That's not detachment, what we learn. You're developing hatred. There's something wrong in you. Detachment means the objects of the world no longer disturb us. Simple. Repeat it after me. What is detachment? The objects of the world no longer disturb us. See, what disturbs us, what distracts us? Human beings, number one, our loved ones. When we always start expecting them to be the way how we want them to be, that's when we get distracted. I want my children to be like this only. Listen to me. Why don't you listen? I want my spouse to be just like this. Why are you being so ignorant? So what happens? This makes us angry. Krodha. Ashwathama is waiting. Ashwathama. So the five children of Pandava can be seen as the five virtues he is willing to destroy: virtue of kindness, virtue of compassion, virtue of calmness. Ashwathama is waiting to destroy, the way we learnt in the Gita. Anger. We get angry when they don't be the way we want them to be. We all start having expectations from family, from friends, from society, from our work. We also have expectations from Sri Krishna, Sri Shiva. What is our expectations? I wish to reach that state of enlightenment. Why have I not yet reached? We put our questions, right? I'm practicing this for so long. Why haven't I yet completed this journey? What is this happening, Ishvara? This is all expectations. When all these stop within you, right? It is Vairagyam. You're detached. Which means stop expecting for things from this world, even moksha, even samadhi. You just do your abhyasa. That is why sage Patanjali has has said first abhyasa, the two pillars of yoga. First abhyasa, practice, practice, practice. Then comes vairagya. Dear sincere seeker, listen again carefully. What comes first? Abhyasa. Then comes vairagya. Without practice, I cannot be detached. Without reading divine wisdom, without applying divine wisdom in my life, I can't be detached. I will get angry. I will get upset. So, if you want to become detached in your life, if you want to be non attached, what is the answer? Abhyasa, practice. What will you practice? Read divine wisdom, meditate on divine wisdom. Learn to develop love for this wisdom, for these sessions. So you can learn more. Take a paper and pen, write down some important points which you might find being useful. Write it down if you can. If you feel that is too tiresome, then just sit and listen to it. Walk and listen to it. Sleep and listen to it. Keep listening to it. Shravanam. And then Mananam. Nididhyasanam. Detachment will automatically come your way. So to make it short, simple, easy, and clear, what is detachment? If people say, I no longer love my spouse, I no longer love my children, I don't like whatever I have. Hey, that is dvesha. What's wrong with you? Looks like you haven't studied divine wisdom properly. Dvesha is generating hatred. That's not what our scripture says. I love my spouse, I love my children. That does not mean I'm attached as well. I respect them all, seeing them as Ishvara. Rising above raga and dvesha is what is known as vairagyam. What is raga? Attachment. Attachment is where I can't live without them. I want them at any cost. I can't accept anything else apart from what I want. I want this house in any cost. I want this situation in any cost. I want this wealth. I want this to happen at any cost. That is attachment. Attachment will put us into depression. Raga, dvesha will also put us into depression, where we'll start hating. When will this relationship end? When will I go away from here? When will I finally move away? I'm really tired. I don't like this. I hate this situation where I'm in. I don't like my family. I don't like my children. No, there's something wrong with you. You're not studying divine wisdom. That's why you feel that way. Dear sincere seeker, accept people as they are. Accept the situation as it is. See, not just you, we all are suffering here. We all have those issues. But it's not worth it to always crib about it. No family person here is happy being in a family life. A rare few who are a devotee, deep devotee of Sri Hari, Sri Shiva, they would have developed detachment by creating love for them, looking at them as Sri Hari. Apart from them, most are disappointed. See, maximum people you see around, they're unhappy with their family life. They're unhappy with their profession. They're unhappy with their country because of raga and dvesha, attachment and aversion. Why do they come in us? Because of our expectations of the world. Drop it. Drop these expectations. Become satisfied with what you have. Then only then will vairagyam will come in you. Otherwise, it's not possible. How can detachment come in you? Be satisfied with your house. Be satisfied with your spouse. Be satisfied with your children, with your income. Whatever Sri Hari has given to you, be satisfied with it. Don't dream for more. Don't ask for more. Be calm with what you have. And do your spiritual practices every day. Listen to the Gita, the Śiva Purāṇa. Keep your mind deeply absorbed in this wisdom. Then whatever the world has to give you, you will not be tempted. Temptation is a very important word. It could be translated in many ways, or it could be formed to make many sentences. Some people get tempted by looking at other objects, tempted for eating more food, tempted looking at other people because of kama, lust, tempted for making more money. These all, the creation tempts us as long as we have expectations with it, thinking there will be happiness in this. See, from the time you have been in this world, in this body, what happiness has the world given us? Nothing. It is all temporary. Then we are back to our own painful thought processes. That is why from today, start developing vairagyam. That is, be satisfied. When you do that, then, as mentioned in this verse, that is, the objects that are seen, what all the objects that we see that creates craving. When we look at food, we crave more because we feel there is satisfaction in this if I eat more. We look at others' wealth, there's a craving, I also want more. We look someone more beautiful than us having a wonderful body. I also want to have a body like that. I want to look like that. These all are cravings which develop, temptations or craving. When you look at the world, when you look at other people, wish I also had a spouse like that. I also had a lover like that. I also had a relationship like that. I also had this in my younger days as it this person is having. These cravings, as long as they're there and they are in our mind, we are distracted. A distracted person cannot meditate. As long as a person is distracted because of cravings in their mind, they will be lost in this journey. That is why follow the rules of Yama Niyama. You will not be distracted. Whatever objects we see in this world, they start creating cravings in us as long as we don't do abhyasa. But when we do abhyasa, all these cravings go away. The more you meditate, Om Purushaya Namaha. Om Purushaya Namaha. Om Purushaya Namaha. Now, slowly you start experiencing a bliss beyond what the world can offer. That's what the next verse says about Parama Vairagyam or Para Vairagyam. We'll just stick to this verse now before we go to the next. So, more and more we do our abhyasa, listen with a deep surrendered heart. Beautiful detachment will arise in you. Cravings will stop. See, what is bothering you today will not bother you when you keep doing your spiritual practices. What cravings do you have? You have cravings for food, you have cravings for anger, as well as a craving to prove a point to other people. You have cravings for lust, you have cravings for hatred. These all will automatically go away when our mind starts meditating on Ishvara. But if we don't meditate on the divine creator, the mind comes back to worldly cravings. Even meditating on the creator is a craving where we now want more. This is a good craving, a good desire. Oh, Shri Hari, let me always be thinking about you. Let my mind deeply be surrendered at your divine feet. This is also a desire, it's a good desire. It'll elevate you in your journey. And all the other desires, all the other objects of the world will stop bothering you. You'll be free. That is only Vairagya. With your abhyasa, you'll be free from the craving of the objects of the world or heard through the scripture. Heard through the scripture means, see, as you learn divine wisdom more deeply, we've just begun the journey. Once we start learning more deeper in the Śiva Purāṇa, the Devi Bhagavata Purāṇa, even in the Gita, the Mahabharata, when we learn all these, what happens is that you will get to know how the creation will reward you tremendously when you follow dharma. When you follow dharma, the creation will reward you tremendously. You'll get everything from here, even without asking. Abundance of wealth, abundance of name, abundance of fame, abundance of everything when it is given to you, even that will not generate any craving in you because now you have fully detached yourself from it. That is only Vairagyam, which develops because of abhyasa. You'll master this. That's what verse 15 conveys. Verse 16, Tat param purusha khyāter guna vaitrishyam tat, that param, higher, supreme, purusha khyate, through the knowledge of the purusha. Guna Vaitrishyam, freedom from craving for the guna. What it means is the higher dispassion, Paravairagya, is freedom from craving for the guna through the knowledge of Purusha. Tat Param Purusha Khyater Guna Vaitrishyam. Verse 16 says, now when you keep doing your abhyasa, when you keep generating a craving, a desire to realize about the ultimate truth, that very knowledge of the ultimate truth, that very knowledge of the Purusha, the Atman, the Brahman, will automatically create such level of Vairagya that it is far superior to the previous Vairagya mentioned in verse 15. Even Vairagya has stages, medium and intense. In the previous verse, we learned first and foremost, now we are generating our sadhana in such a way so that the worldly cravings can all go away. In the second stage, now we are no longer worried about worldly cravings. The second stage is to completely dismantle the guna, sattva, rajas, and tamas. Rising beyond sattva, rajas, and tamas is what is stage 2 in our sadhana. What is the very first sadhana? Overcoming kama, krodha, lobha, anger, greed, hatred, lust, desire. These are the basic medium sadhana. First, you should overcome this. Now, after this, it doesn't mean the journey has ended. Next comes overcoming the guna, the nature which creates these. What are these natures? Goodness, passion, ignorance. Now, when you start deeply going into learning divine wisdom, that very knowledge of the Creator, that very knowledge of the Purusha, the Atman, the Brahman, will create such levels of detachment in you that even the guna will have no effect on you. In simpler words, imagine you have overcome anger, greed, hatred, and all these. But just when you think you have succeeded, you don't realize that they are still there in your mind in the unmanifest form. The best example is the story of sage Narada. How he was in the Himalaya, Kailasa, meditating on the form of Sri Shiva. And Indra Devata became deeply worried, thinking maybe Sage Narada is eyeing for my position. With this level of sadhana, he will become Indra Devata. So what he does, he sends Kamadeva to disturb Narad's penance. But Sage Narada, since he was in that spiritual abode, Kamadeva could not distract him. Now, knowing that Kamadeva was trying to distract him, but he was not distracted, Sage Narada slowly started to develop the unmanifest ego within, which is now being manifest. Slowly developing the unmanifest ahankar, which is still in there in him, is manifesting again. Thinking, I have defeated Kama. He goes to Sri Shiva and says, oh Sri Shiva, I have defeated Kama. It has no power on me. Sri Shiva says, oh dear sage Narada, you have told me this, it's okay. Whatever happens, please don't tell it to Sri Vishnu. Narada thought, okay, he's just saying this for the sake of saying. But I will tell everyone. What I've accomplished. He goes to Sri Vishnu and he says the same. I have overcome karma, I have defeated. Like Sri Shiva, I'm very powerful. Nothing in this world can distract me. No amount of lust, no amount of greed, hatred, none can get into me. I am free from these. Sri Vishnu, then realizing that my dear student, my great devotee, has sadly been seeing the manifest state of that unmanifest ahankar which was there in him. I need to now try to teach him that ahankara is not good, because our abhyasa should always be that. The more we practice, ahankara will go away. And then starts that scenario where sage Narada meets a king to whom he starts to explain about the future of his daughter. And sage Narada meets his daughter and he is awestruck by her beauty. See, karma is arising. And then you all know, or we will learn that story in the future when we do the Ramayana. It's mentioned in the beautiful Ramayanam. So, like this, what we are understanding here is that unmanifest form of anger, greed, hatred, lust, they all will be there in us until we don't fully overcome the guna, the nature. So, this is stage 2. In stage 2, you should keep listening, listening, listening to divine wisdom, and don't be too proud about the knowledge you gain. Then, what will happen is that you will slowly rise above this. The very nature which was the reason, the guna, which was the reason for you to see downfall by being attached to the lower nature, will no longer have any effect on you. In short, the world, right, this creation is the lower energy of Ishvara. So this is my final commentary on this. Listen to this very carefully. This world is the lower energy of Ishvara. That is why we are getting attracted to it. If it was not for Sri Krishna, Sri Hari's or Sri Shiva's energy, it is not possible for this jiva to get attached to this world. It is his energy, but a lower energy, which we term it as Maya. Sometimes we call it as Prakriti. Based on the philosophical school each person comes from, they say it's Maya or Prakriti. This is the lower power of Sri Hari. His higher power, his higher energy is he himself. When you connect to that higher energy, all the cravings of the lower energy will automatically disappear, which is when you were a 7-year-old, eating an ice cream after your school was your only ambition. When you were a 7 or 8 or a 10-year-old, having an ice cream could have been your only desire and ambition. But after you grew up, let's say now you're going to an office to work. Every day after your office, do you go and eat ice cream because that's what you desire for? No, the desires have changed. You have outgrown it. You're no longer with those desires. When you're a 5 or a 7-year-old, you wanted to play with toys. You wanted to use that remote control cars. But after you grow up, you don't take a remote control car to your office. You don't want to play with it in your office because you're grown up. You have grown up from that past desire. When I say grown up from that past desire. That past desire is no longer there. It's of no interest for you. Similarly, the more and more you listen to divine wisdom, the cravings of the world will automatically go away. The more and more you do your abhyasa of listening, practicing divine wisdom, even the guna, the final stage is the guna, the very nature which was responsible for this to arise, will also go away because of the knowledge of Purusha. That is what this verse conveys in simple words. So, what we will do now is Om Purushaya Namaha. Before we move to the Shri Lalita Sahasranāma. Purushaya Namaha. Om 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 Purushaya Namaha. Next, we enter into the Sri Lalitā Sahasranāma, in which we enter into the next verse. The final verse of Dhyanam. The final verse of Dhyanam is verse number 4, which is this one. Sakum Sakum Kuma Vilepana Malika Chumbikasturikam Samandahasite Kshanam Sasharachapa Pashankusham. I'll just turn off my noise cancellation so you can hear me better. Yes. Hasheshajanammohini Marunamalya Bhushambaram Japa Kusuma Bhasuram Japa Vidhau Smaredambikam. By the end, you'll be able to recite this verse just like this. First, we'll look at the meaning of each and every word, which is Sakumkuma Vilepanam. Sakumkuma Vilepanam, which means anointed with saffron paste. Alika Chumbikasturikam, whose forehead is adorned, touched with musk, kasturi tilaka on her beautiful forehead. Samandahasita Ikshanam, whose eyes and glances are accompanied by a gentle, sweet smile. Sashara Chapa Pasha Sashara Chapa Pasha Ankusham, which means who holds the arrows, bow, noose, and a goad in her hands, her divine weapons. Ashesha Janamohini, who enchants and captivates all living beings without exception. Arunamalya Bhusha Ambaram, who is adorned with red garlands, red ornaments, and red garments. Japa Kusuma Bhasuram, who's as radiant and glowing as a red hibiscus flower. Japa Vidhau, during the performance of Japa, the sacred chanting or meditation. Smaret, one should remember and meditate upon Ambika, Ma Devi. The overall meaning of this verse is, during the practice of japa, mantra chanting like Om Shri Matre Namaha, what will you do whenever you're chanting mantra meditation? One should meditate upon Ma Ambika, her form, her physical form. If you have it in your mind, your meditation will be flawless, spotless, and excellent. The Divine Mother was anointed with saffron paste, her forehead marked with aromatic musk, and her eyes sparkling with a gentle, compassionate smile, holding the flowery arrows, sugarcane bough, noose, and goad. She captivates all beings in existence. Radiant and red, adorned with crimson garments, red ornaments, and red garlands, she glows with the brilliant, luminous red of a blooming hibiscus flower. So, if you don't understand what this verse says, don't worry, because the Vagdevis are trying to tell you to meditate on this form of Mahadevi. How beautiful, right? This very form, the hibiscus flower. Here you go. What a beautiful form. This is what the verse says. Meditate on this form of Madevi. Whenever you chant the mantra, Om Shri Matre Namaha. Look at this beautiful image. Let that image be in your mind. This is a calming image. You will want to see nothing else, only her. If you meditate on her image. So this verse beautifully captivates that during the practice of japa, specifically when you're chanting mantra, dear divine seeker, you should always meditate on the form of Ma Ambika. Look at her wonderful form. Her tilaka on her forehead. Her eyes sparkling with a gentle and compassionate smile. Don't you see a beautiful smile here? I hope you all are not angry when you're looking at the screen and you're also smiling just like Ma Ambika. Holding the flowery arrows. The arrows, what do they signify? The arrows signify our senses. Eyes, ears, nose, mouth, skin, hands, legs. The karmendriya and the gyanendriya both. The physical body. Everything. When we meditate on her, it is under control. When we don't meditate on her, where do we shoot our arrows? We shoot our arrows thinking, hey, this person has more money than me. First arrow shot. Arrow of jealousy. Second arrow, where will you shoot? This person looks better than me. Again, jealousy. Third arrow, where will you shoot? Thinking all ill about others. Arrow number 3 shot. When you keep thinking about the world, the senses will deceive you and they become the reason for your failure. And the bow can be seen as the mind. When you meditate on her, both are in her hands, which means she will help you to control your mind. That is what this verse conveys in a deeper essence. She will help you to control your senses. She's so great that she will help you to even complete your spiritual journey. Just look at her image. Don't see anything else. And in her image, focus on her eyes. Now, when I say look at her image, your eyes will again keep going up and down, not knowing where to focus, and you'll be confused. Look at her face. Her eyes. I want you to completely focus on her eyes without blinking. Even if tears come from your eyes, no problem. Wipe it away, blink for a second, and keep looking at her continuously. You will see how your energy in your mind automatically changes while I give the satsanga. That's the arrows. She captivates all beings in existence. See, our mind by default likes to be attached. Attachment of the mind is a common character. It is not something to feel upset or bad about. But where you attach this mind is very important. In this mind, if you keep thinking about the world, about people, you become attached to the world and to people. But in this mind, as you keep thinking of Smaredambikam, Ma Ambika, You divine seeker will attach yourself at the feet of Ma Ambika. Don't you think that's a better attachment? So meditate on her form. Just look at her eyes. That's only your work, nothing else. What else do you want to see? What is there to see in this world far more beautiful than the eyes of Ma Devi, than the eyes of Ma Ambika? She glows with the brilliant, luminous red of a blooming hibiscus flower, which means in our life, you will see yourself blooming. You will see yourself growing phenomenally in your spiritual journey when you only have her in your mind. Your life will become blossoming, beautiful, calm, peaceful. But when you take her away from your mind, your life becomes difficult, hard to live. That is why have her alone in your mind while you live. Have her image alone in your mind while you live. That is what this verse says. So the Vagdevi want us to meditate on the beautiful form of Madevi. Keep looking at her eyes. Don't deviate. And you'll automatically see your mind calming down. So now we will try to recite this verse. This verses. It's a little difficult, but not very difficult. I don't want to say difficult and disappoint you. Listen to this session alone, or this verse reciting alone, 40 times you will be able to master it. 40 to 50 times. For me, it took one full day to learn this. But for most of you, you will do it in just 10 to 20 times when you keep listening. You can do it even in half an hour or 15 minutes. We don't know. You can be much more faster than the one who's teaching you. So, with your full focus, listen and then you recite after me. First, you listen, okay? Don't recite. Sakumkumavilepanamalikachumvikasturikam. 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 This is the first line. To make it more shorter, Sakumkuma, Sakumkuma. Say it. Sakumkuma Vilepanam. Vilepanamalika Vilepanamalika. So, Vilepanamalika Malikachumbikasturikam. Samandahasite kshanam. Samandahasite kshanam. Listen to this carefully. Samandahasite kshanam. Sasharachapa pashankusham. Which is Sasharachapa pasha. Sasharachapa pasha shankusham. Oh wait, what am I doing? Sasharachapa pashankusham. This is how it goes. It's a tongue twister. So it might happen. Sasharachapa pashankusham. That is how it goes. Sasharachapa pashankusham. Sasharachapa pashankusham. Easier ways. Sasharachapapashankusham. Do it slowly, you'll understand. Next. Asheshajanammohini marunamalya bhushambaran. The ending here, because the next letter, in last we have one anuswara. Ram. So Ram becomes Ran, because the next letter starts with a J. Asheshajanammohini marunamalya bhushambaram. Listen very carefully. Only listen. You don't recite now. This is not the time for you to recite. Only listen. Asheshajanammohini marunamalya bhushambaram. Asheshajanammohini marunamalya bhushambaran. Baran. Ending with an Baran. Asheshajanammohini marunamalya bhushambaran. Asheshajanammohini marunamalya bhushambaran. In shorter. Asheshajanammohini marunamalya bhushambaran. Japa kusuma bhasuran. Japa kusuma bhasuran. Japa kusuma bhasuran. Japa kusuma bhasuran. Ending with bhasuran, not bhasuram, because the next letter, due to anuswara, starts with a ja, ending like this. Bhasuran. Japa vidhau, japa vidhau, smaredambikam. Smaredambikam. As mentioned, just listen to this. You don't recite now. 30 times, 40 times only when you listen, then you will be ready to recite. Because when you start reciting and when you make errors, then you'll feel demotivated. This is what I do. Or another solution, which I gave you all on that day. Come back to this. This is the best, fastest, and easiest way. Sakumkuma vilepanam halika chumbikasturikam samandahasita ikshanam sasharachapapasha ankusham. So when they are joined together, they become sasharachapapasha ankusham. It becomes like that when they join together. But when they are separate, sasharachapapasha ankusham. Asheshajanammohini arunamalya bhusha ambaram. Japa kusuma bhasuram. Japa vidhau smaret ambikam. So these are separate words which we are reciting. This is the easiest way. I always recommend this. If you're new, when you learn word by word, then when you come here, it becomes so easy to recite it then. Sakumkuma vilepanam malika chumbikasturikam samandahasite kshanam sasharachapapashankusham Asheshajanammohini marunamalya bhushambaran. Japa kusuma bhasuran japa vidhau smaredambikam. That is how it goes. Remember, you just rewind this video 20, 30, 60, how many ever seconds back you go. Listen to it again. 50 times you listen, then you recite, you'll find it super easy to recite. This is the final verse of Dhyanam before we start with the first, oh, not the first verse yet. We still have this final part, Lamityadi Pancha Puja, which we will do in the next verse. It's a beautiful Pancha Puja offering. So this is verse 4. The final verse of the Dhyanam has come to an end. Now what we will do is, we will meditate on the mantra Om Aim Hreem Shreem Shri Matre Namaha. Before we get into the glorious Shri Śiva Purāṇa, Om Aim Hreem Shreem Shri Matre Namaha. 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 Om Aim Hreem Shreem Shri Matre Aim Hrim Shrim Shri Matre Namaha. Om 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 Om, he's also formless.
Shri Matre
Nama. I'm envious of others. Then why does this chapter teach like this? This chapter teaches us
Om Aim Hrim Shrim Shri Matre Namaha. Om Aim Hrim Shrim Shri Matre Namaha. Om Aim Hrim Shrim Shri Matre Namaha.
next we move into the Shri Shiva Purāṇa, in which we enter into chapter 7. In the previous session, we had completed chapter 5 and chapter 6. In chapter 5 and chapter 6, we learned how there was a battle between Sri Brahma and Sri Vishnu. And in that, I had clearly mentioned how we should not just take it as an external battle. There's a deeper sense behind these beautiful incidents which we are learning, that we should control our anger, we should not belittle others. They try to teach us like this. And today we enter into chapter 7, which is the manifestation of the infinite Shivalinga. The manifestation of the infinite Shivalinga. In the previous chapter, we learned how all the devatas, after seeing Sri Brahma and Sri Vishnu trying to destroy one another, all the devatas now go to Sri Shiva, asking him to support so that this battle can stop, asking him to intervene so this battle can pause. Sri Shiva, Ishvara, said in chapter 7, the manifestation of the infinite Shivalinga. Sri Shiva said, "Dear children, who are always under my protection, do not worry. I know about the battle which is happening between Sri Brahma and Sri Vishnu. See, he is the knower of everything. Just like the battle which is happening between Shri Vishnu and Shri Brahma, he also knows what is happening in your life. There is nothing which can be hidden from the vision of the divine creator, Shri Shiva. Whatever situations you're going through, whatever circumstances that are bothering you, nothing can be hidden from him. Everything has a divine purpose in life. So, the best thing what a spiritual seeker can do is fully surrender to him and accept that everything that happens in our life happens with a divine reason and with a divine purpose. Hence, Sri Shiva consoled all of them with a beautiful honey like speech, sweetened with a smile in the manner of appeasing his own children. Speech. Dear sincere seeker, your speech should be honey like Sri Shiva, as he responds to those sages who were shocked, who were worried. All the devatas that went to him, saying that there's a battle between Sri Brahma and Sri Vishnu, his response was so sweet, honey like. So, in your life, whenever you speak in a way that people can find calmness through your speech. Speak in a way that people can heal through your speech. Don't use your mouth to hurt anyone with your speech. So when Sri Shiva spoke, they all became instantly calm, hearing the Creator speak. And Sri Shiva then decided to go directly to the battlefield where this battle is happening between Sri Hari and Sri Brahma. And he issues the command that he will be going there. All of his attendants are very enthusiastic. Musical instruments were played, and everyone started to accompany or go with Sri Shiva, the consort of Ma Ambika, which is Sri Shiva. They all started to follow him. Every person was enthusiastic to follow him to the battlefield because they know that only Sri Shiva, the destroyer of ignorance, can destroy this ignorance which has arisen in Sri Brahma and Sri Vishnu. In that battlefield, as they reach, there Sri Brahma and Sri Vishnu, desiring to destroy one another, are awaiting the result of the Astra, Maheshwara Astra and Pashupata Astra, which were hurled at each other. They both are releasing divine weapons to destroy one another. Both the weapons are now coming towards one another. These both weapons has the power to destroy this whole creation. That's the kind of weapons they had released. These both weapons, when they collide, they will not just destroy the other person, they will destroy the whole world. The flames that was emanating after the weapons were released by Sri Brahma and Sri Vishnu, that releasing of that weapon, that flame itself was almost ready to burn all the creation. So powerful was it. On seeing this, Sri Shiva assumed when these both weapons, when they are colliding at that moment, Sri Shiva assumes the form of a huge column of fire in the middle. So what happens as the weapons are coming to collide? There's a column of fire. So the weapons don't collide because the column of fire, the light of Sri Shiva, was so powerful that no weapon in this creation can enter through that column, can enter through that fire. He is more powerful than any power in this creation. Those two weapons, which were set to destroy the whole creation, they were powerless, and they fell into the huge column of fire which had manifested that. So both these weapons which they released to destroy each other, Sri Shiva's column of fire takes it, and they both become powerless as soon as they enter the column of fire of Sri Shiva. Seeing this wonderful and auspicious phenomenon, Sri Brahma and Sri Vishnu start thinking, what is this? What is this such a powerful and wonderful form that could even take in these two powerful weapons which were used to destroy the whole creation at ease? They just calmed down, the weapons paused its destruction. What is this wonderful power? From where has this fire, from where has this light arisen from? Where is the top of this? Where is the bottom of this? We will have to find it out. So Sri Brahma and Sri Vishnu are thinking, where is this light from? It's so huge, which has even taken our weapons. The weapons of destruction of this whole creation have entered into it, and they can create no destruction anymore. Imagine how powerful will this light be, this fire be. Where does it start from above until where does it go to in the end? Jointly thinking like this, Sri Brahma and Sri Vishnu decide, let us explore this and see till where does this fire go. Nothing will turn up if we both are together. So I will go in one direction, you go in one direction. Saying this, Sri Vishnu assumed the form of a boar and went in search of the root. So Sri Vishnu goes downwards as low as he can, taking up the form of a boar to find out where is the end of this column of fire. Sri Brahma takes up the form of a swan and he goes upwards, piercing through the higher realms as far as he can. And Sri Vishnu is also going in the lower worlds. But he could not find the root of that column of fire. That fire which was there in front of them, there was no end, there's no root to this. He became very exhausted as he is going and going, trying to find out where does this end? This column of fire is so huge, he's going down as much as he can, piercing through the lower regions, going as deep as he can, but he is not able to reach the bottom of this fire of column. He became very exhausted. And finally, Sri Vishnu, in the form of a boar, had returned to the battleground again. So Sri Vishnu has given up. He's come back to the battlefield because he could not go to the last. There's no last at all. It's going and going and going. Now, when Sri Brahma was going up to find the top of this column of fire, he saw a bunch of Ketaki flower. The flower Ketaki was falling from above. So when Sri Vishnu went below, he could not see anything. But when Brahma, as he goes above, he sees a small flower is falling. There is this fire, and then there is this flower which is falling down from above. In fact, when Sri Brahma and Sri Vishnu were arguing, and when they started the fight, Sri Vishnu had a small Sri Shiva. When Sri Brahma and Sri Vishnu were fighting about who's more powerful, Sri Shiva, as he saw them, he smiled and his head slightly moved, due to which the flower which was on his head started falling down. When his head shook, the Ketaki flower dropped down. That is how the flower was coming down. Whom Brahma meets, Brahma sees. Sri Brahma talks to the flower and says, "Oh dear, by whom have you been won? Who has won you? Why do you fall? I have come here to seek out the top of this column of fire. I'm trying to find from where does this begin, its start, due to which I have assumed the form of a swan." So Sri Brahma is asking the Ketaki flower, from where are you falling? Why do you fall? From whom, on whom had you been worn? Who was having you on their head, on their hair? I'm trying to go to the top of this column of fire, becoming this swan. The flower is responding, I am falling down from the middle. What does the flower say? I'm falling down from the middle of this primordial column of fire, which is indestructible. This very fire you see, Sri Brahma, this is indestructible, inexplainable. I'm falling from the middle of this fire. Even from the middle of this fire, it has taken me a long time. So the Ketaki flower says, I'm falling from the middle of the fire. Even from here, it has taken me a long time to reach where I have reached now. Hence, I do not see how you can see the top. So the flower is very clearly saying, I am myself falling down from many distance. But I fall only from the middle, and the distance is so huge. It's like it's not ending at all. And if you're trying to see the top, I do not know how you can find it. It might even be impossible. Then Sri Brahma tells the flower, dear friend, dear flower, hereafter you must do as I desire, which means please do what I say. I request you to do this. In the presence of Sri Vishnu, I want you to say this, that Sri Brahma has seen the top of this column of fire. What does Sri Brahma asks the flower to say? That in the presence of Sri Vishnu, I want you to say that I have seen the top of this column of fire. The goal was Brahma has to go to the top, Sri Vishnu has to go to the bottom and find out. Sri Vishnu gave up. So what Sri Brahma here is doing is he is asking for the Ketaki flower to lie, which in fact is not a good habit. Lying is breaking the law of Satyam. He's breaking the law of Satyam, and he's also cheating. He's practicing Asteyam, theft or cheating. Cheating of one's real position, which are both wrong. Saying this, he also says that you should say that I am the witness for the same. You should say that, yes, I have witnessed this. Sri Brahma has gone to the top of this column of fire. I want you to say this, O dear flower. Saying this, he bowed to that flower again and again. Now, returning to the original place, the battlefield, on seeing Sri Vishnu over there, who was very much exhausted, Sri Brahma was dancing with joy. He was dancing with joy. And Sri Brahma told Sri Vishnu like this, "O Sri Hari, the top of this column of fire has been seen by me, and this Ketaki flower is my witness to it." The flower repeated the falsehood, endorsing the words of Brahma in his presence. And Sri Hari thought it must be true. So he starts to now, Sri Vishnu starts to bow down to Sri Brahma for what he just said. He starts to worship Sri Brahma, accepting defeat. That Sri Brahma was able to see the top of this column of fire, but he, as low as he went, as bottom as he went, he could not find the end of this column of fire. He had accepted defeat. Seeing all this happening, Sri Shiva came out of the column of fire by assuming his manifest form. Seeing this situation which is unfolding, Sri Brahma is showcasing that he has won. You have lost, Sri Vishnu. I have seen the top of this column of fire. And the Ketaki flower is also being a witness. Sri Vishnu accepted defeat. Now looking at this, Sri Shiva, from his unmanifest, from the column of fire, he is coming as a manifest form. Looking at Sri Shiva, who's coming in a manifest form, Sri Vishnu immediately joins his palms and holds the feet of Sri Shiva. Sri Vishnu says, it is out of great ignorance and delusion about you, whose without a beginning and without an end, we indulged in this quest of trying to find the beginning and end of you because of our ignorant desire. Please forgive us for our fault. Forgive us for the fault which we have committed. So Sri Vishnu is showcasing humbleness. What has happened here? Sri Brahma, what did he showcase? He showcased lying. He broke the law of Satyam. He broke the law of Asteyam. But Sri Vishnu, on the other hand, as soon as he sees Sri Shiva, he bows down. He bows down and he asks for forgiveness. That out of ignorance we tried to find your top and your bottom, from where you start and from where you end. But oh dear Sri Shiva, you are beyond beginning and beyond end. Sri Shiva, hearing this, starts to speak. He says, oh dear Hari, I am pleased with you because you strictly adhered to truth in spite of your desire. Hence, among the general public, you will have a footing equal to me. You will be honored likewise, which means you were truthful. You accepted defeat. You stuck to the vow of truthfulness. You did not lie. Even though you went to the bottom, the last of, you tried going to the last, but you could not, yet you came back, you accepted defeat. For this truthfulness of yours, I grant you a boon that you will be worshipped equally just the way people worship me. You will have temples just the way there are temples built for me. There will be festivals for you. People will worship you, and you will be seen equal to me because of your truthfulness. All the devatas were witnessing this great marvel. How Sri Shiva is blessing Sri Vishnu. So, what we learn from this beautiful chapter, thus ends this divine chapter. What we learn from this chapter is, dear sincere seeker, when you speak the truth, when you live your life as per Satyam, you will be rewarded far more than what you desire. This is what all the Ishvara, the Bhagavan, the Devatas are trying to teach us. Shri Brahma, Shri Vishnu, Shri Shiva are trying to teach us that when a person is very truthful in life, when they practice Satyam, when they practice Ahimsa, when they practice Asteyam, they will be rewarded for that truthfulness. See, even if you're failing, even if you're losing, you accept that defeat and you walk away in a humble way, you will get far more in life than a person who's wrongly winning and lying. Which you will see in the next chapter, how Sri Brahma loses the top position and comes down. He loses that position, which if he would have been truthful, he could have attained along with Sri Vishnu, if they were truthful. So in our relationships, in your work, in your profession, generally people think everyone lies to make money, so I will also lie. Don't do that. Yes, right now your life will be difficult. Circumstances might be unfavorable. But that does not mean it gives us an approval to lie and to succeed. That success will be short lived, just like now. How long has Sri Brahma going to maintain that state of lie that I have reached the top of the column of fire? Now Sri Shiva will reveal it. In a minute, the next chapter is that, revealing that Sri Brahma had lied. Sri Vishnu does not know it. He had accepted whatever Sri Brahma said because the Ketaki flower was a witness to it. So, if a person who you see today is lying, is doing things in adharma, if not today, tomorrow they will be caught. The witness is Ishvara. Walking in the path of unrighteousness is very easy. but you will face its consequences. If not now, at a later time. Walking in the path of righteousness is difficult, but the reward will be far more than what you desire for. See, what are you desiring? For a better life, better income, or better house, better surroundings. That is what your maximum desire. What does a desire for a human being in their mind? I want a better life for my children, for my spouse, for my family, freedom, a free, like proper wealth, proper respect. We can live a happy life. This is the basic desire in any human being. But when you live a life of truthfulness, you will get far more than these small desires which you have. In short, you are desiring for a peanut. Sri Shiva gives you the whole creation. See this difference. You desire, your desire can be seen like a peanut. But what the Creator rewards you is the whole creation if you remain truthful in your life. So, even in your defeat, even when you feel that life has been unfair to you because of your past karmic actions, be truthful. So people try to justify saying, my life has been very bad. My family was like this. My elders were like this. They all put me to trauma. They all put me through pain. Or my society was like this. My situation was like this. That is why I'm doing this mistake. You can't justify it. Lies cannot be justified. Living your life with truthfulness, with happiness. Always remember the law of Santosha. Be satisfied with what you got. Sri Vishnu was satisfied that this is the maximum I can go to, and he came back and he was truthful. But Sri Brahma showcased that he was not satisfied, he did not want to lose. Sometimes, in such a desire of not to lose, we go to many extent to lie, to hurt. So, this chapter teaches us to always remain truthful even during the most toughest period of our life. Because if you remain truthful even during the most toughest period of life, your reward will be far beyond what you are asking now as a reward in your life. That is the glory of this chapter. Shri Vishnu accepted. Acceptance, this is only surrender. Without again fighting with Shri Brahma. So accept whatever happens in your life as his grace. And the reward for Shri Vishnu was, you have strictly adhered to truth. Hence, the general public will have a sense in the general public, you will have an equal footing to mine, which means you will be worshipped just like people worship me. You will have temples. There will be murtis for you kept. There will be festivals for you. People will worship you. And you will be seen as equal to me because you have been truthful. See, truthful can make you equal to Sri Shiva. So, dear sincere seeker, from today, try your best to live your life being truthful. Let us end this game of lies which is not good for us anymore. Let us end this desire of always winning. Accept defeat. But in this acceptance, you win more than you're defeated because you have attracted the grace of the divine creator Sri Shiva. Now, what we will do is we will meditate on the mantra Om Shivaya Namaha before we enter into the next chapter.
Shivaya Namaha. Om 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 Shivaya Namaha.
Next, we move to the next chapter, which is chapter 8. In chapter 8, we will be learning something very interesting. Just a minute. Here you go. This is chapter 8. Chapter 8 is titled as Shri Shiva's Justice, Forgiveness, and Grace. In the previous chapter, we learned how Shri Vishnu was rewarded for being truthful. Remember, what we learn from here is it's for our life, the way we live. If you live a life of truthfulness, you will be rewarded far more than what you desire for. What you desire for is nothing. Shri Shiva will give you far more than what you desire for. Chapter 8 is Shri Shiva's Justice, Forgiveness, and Grace. Nandikeshwara said, Mahadeva then created a wonderful and a powerful personality from the middle of his brows, from the middle of his eyebrows. He creates a very powerful personality that had the power to remove the pride of Brahma. And that personality was known as Bhairava. What was the name of that personality who comes from the center of the eyebrows of Sri Shiva? Bhairava. Bhairava comes. He knelt before Sri Shiva, bowing down to him. Bowing before Mahadeva, he asks, O dear Creator, please instruct me. Tell me, what shall I do? Give me the instructions so I can follow it accordingly as you say. Sri Shiva says, Dear, this here is Brahma, the first deity of the universe. Worship him with your sharp pointed and quick moving sword, which means destroy him. Worship him with your sword does not mean go worship him. It means remove his head, destroy him for the kind of adharma he has done. With one of his hands, Bhairava held the head, the tuft of Brahma's head, and then furiously he took his sword with tremendous force comes towards the head of Sri Brahma to cut it off. Just looking at this, Sri Brahma was shivering. His very ornaments were scattering around. His garland was displaced. His upper cloth was hanging loose, falling down. And he fell at the feet of Bhairava. Sri Brahma fell at the feet of Bhairava. Looking at this, Sri Vishnu immediately wanted to save Brahma from this because he knows that Bhairava will destroy Brahma. So Sri Vishnu starts shedding his tears, joining his palms. He goes towards Sri Shiva and, like a child, asking for forgiveness from his father, he goes to Sri Shiva and says, "Oh dear Creator, oh dear Mahadeva, please forgive him for this guilt which he has committed. Please favor him." See, Sri Vishnu is asking Sri Shiva to forgive Brahma. What we learn from here is, in our life, there are people who would have belittled us, who would have insulted us, who would have really hurt us and done things which could be beyond what a normal person can imagine. A normal human being usually looks for revenge. But Sri Vishnu teaches us here the power of Shama, which is forgiveness. Forgive. See, forgiveness is in fact one of the greatest skill and the greatest quality which we should develop within us. It is so powerful that you will heal instantly. See, why do people go through a lot of depression, anxiety, a lot of pain, trauma? Because they don't forgive. When you learn to forgive, forgiveness itself is a healer, Shama. The more and more you forgive people, the lesser pain you will have in your mind. The lesser you forgive people, the more pain you have in your mind. So, dear sincere seeker, what do you choose from today? So, with your eyes closed, I want you to do this and say this after me. Whoever has hurt me in this life, whoever has disrespected me in this life, whoever has done whatever adharma towards me in this life, I forgive you. You should truly mean it. Don't just say for the sake of saying it. You might be knowing, you might be hurt even while saying this. How can I forgive that person for what they did? Serious, sincere seeker, forgiving is the only way to grow in your spiritual journey. If you can't forgive, you cannot grow. If you see yourself stuck in your spiritual journey, then the answer is you have not forgiven. Forgive whatever people have done to you. Let go and forgive. Imagine how Sri Brahma was with Sri Vishnu. He was very arrogant from the start, when you remember. He was very arrogant. He was very disrespectful. He did not respect Sri Vishnu. But yet Sri Vishnu here chooses Shama, forgiveness. It's a great skill, one of the highest skills in yoga. If you learn the art of forgiving, you will become a superhuman from today. Because you won't have a trauma, you won't have a depression. You are going through depression and trauma because you can't forgive. You can't forget because of what that person did to you or what that situation did to you. Like here, how Shri Vishnu, see, there are two options here. He could have taken revenge, he could have just stayed there calmly. Now Bhairava will teach you a lesson. Let us see how powerful you are, Brahma. He could have stood like that, but he never did it. He rather chose to forgive Brahma. He himself forgive because he was the first victim. Next, he is asking Sri Shiva to forgive Brahma for the error he did. See, first we should forgive people, irrespective of what they did to us. Shama is one of the greatest virtue. And daya, compassion. These are the two important characteristics which Sri Vishnu is showcasing us to develop in our life. The scenario, see, don't think Brahma is ignorant. They are using the situation to teach us about how to be compassionate to people, how to forgive people, and how to live with sincerity, arjavam, honesty, and shaucham, maintaining purity of the mind and the body. So Shri Vishnu says, forgive him. Please be kind to him. Requested by Shri Vishnu. And in the presence of all devatas, Shri Shiva asks Bhairava to stop punishing Brahma. He says, don't punish Brahma. Stop now. He's already fallen at your feet. He has learnt his lesson. Shri Brahma has already fallen at your feet, which means he has learnt his lesson. He asks Bhairava to stop this punishment. Then Shri Shiva looks at Brahma, who had his head down out of shame of what he had done. He tells, O Brahma, in order to extort honor, which means to gain respect from other people, to be known as the most powerful in this creation, you behaved in such a roguish manner, in such an ignorant manner. Shri Shiva says to Shri Brahma that because of gaining honor, name, power, you behaved in such an ignorant manner. Hence, from today, you will never be honored in this creation. You will have no temples for yourself. There will be no festival in your name. You don't deserve it. See here, this is the reaction to the action of Brahma. So, what we learn from this is for you to gain name, fame, power, if you behave in a very rough and an ignorant manner, now you are escaping. But wait, wait for the day to come where you will be removed from all that you have gained. See, Brahma was in fact worshipped. There were temples for him, there were festivals for him. What he had, even that is gone. That is why learn to develop the quality of santosha, cultivating contentment by remaining satisfied with what comes through dharma or through what we have. This desire for more power, more recognition is what had put Brahma into this situation. This desire for being seen as the most powerful devata, as the most powerful creator, has what had put Brahma into this situation. He had such a good life, a good reputation, but now that reputation is tarnished. So what he teaches, again remember, Sri Brahma is not ignorant. This is a way for them to teach us. Sri Brahma is teaching us that if you behave like him, If you behave in an ignorant manner, whatever you have today, even that you will lose in future. It is not a good deal. It's a loss. You don't invest your money in a stock which will crash tomorrow. Similarly, you don't exhibit a behavior which will lead to your destruction tomorrow. So be very cautious on the way you conduct yourself in this society, because our every action, our every behavior has its deeper consequences. The consequences may not be seen now. See, when the Ketaka flower told Sri Vishnu that Sri Brahma has seen the top, that time Sri Brahma was rejoicing in pride. But that rejoicing was also short lived as soon as Sri Shiva came out of the column of fire as a witness to exactly what had happened, that Sri Brahma had lied. So, like this, if you're enjoying and rejoicing on lies, on cheating, that is very short lived. Because when truth comes, then even whatever you have will be taken away from you. So, develop santosha within you. Otherwise, whatever you have, even that will go away. So, Sri Brahma lost whatever was even there for him. There's no temples for him, no festival for him, because of that very lie. See, that is why lies are not good. Always live as per Satyam. Brahma now responds to Sri Shiva. He says, "O dear Creator, I consider the sparing of my head itself a great blessing and a boon from you." Which means you sparing my life itself is a great luck for me. It's a grace for me. There's nothing beyond you sparing my life. You, who's the originator of this creation, I bow down to you. Please forgive me, as you are the forgiver of all defects. Forgive me for the ignorance which I have showcased. So Sri Brahma here is asking for forgiveness. Here it is prayashchita. See the power of prayashchita. We all commit sins. See, just like Brahma, we all would have behaved like this many times in the past. It's no secret. We would have tried to pretend as if we are really good, better than others. We got more power. But most importantly, changing now as a prayashchita. I apologize. I feel bad for what I did. I shouldn't have done it. Forgive me for what I did. That prayashchita can help you regain at least some better state than you falling completely into a dharma. So that is what Brahma does here. He repents, he says sorry. He truly repents from within, not just a normal sorry for what he has done. Seeing this, Ishvara, Shri Shiva, who's ever compassionate to his children, who's the creator of this whole creation, tells Shri Brahma, "Oh dear Brahma, the whole universe will be ruined if it loses the fear of a king." Which means, imagine there is a country and there's no government. We can't live. It's difficult. Because there will be invaders, there will be wrong forces from outside who will try to enter and destroy the harmony, the peace of that nation. So, similarly, without a creator, without Brahma governing this creation, the creation will also come into a state of destruction. So, what I'll do is, that is, Sri Shiva says, hence I am going to giving, hence I will give you that burden of administering this universe. I will give you that task of administering this universe. You can administer this creation. And I shall also grant you another boon, which is very difficult to attain. That is, in all domestic and public yagna sacrifices, you will be the presiding deity. Since Sri Brahma had bowed down, he accepted his flaw, he had repented for what he did. See, now he's getting a better reward, a reward now coming back. That is, in every yagna, in every sacrifice, you will be the presiding deity. Irrespective of whatever a person does in a sacrifice, it will be fruitless if it is done without you. See, this is the power of prayashchitta. We all would have sinned in the past, but regretting for what we did and trying to change from today will give us a bigger reward, will save us from the destruction that is about to come. So let us always bow down and ask for forgiveness, and let us perform everything that we do as a prayashchitta, as a pure and sincere repentance and prayer to Sri Shiva, so we can truly change in our life. And now Sri Shiva looks at the Ketaka flower and says, you became deceitful. Go away from here. Hereafter, I have no desire to include you in my worship, which means the Ketaka flower cannot be used in the worship of Sri Shiva. That's the word Sri Shiva says. All the devas then shun the very presence of the flower. So they all removed that Ketaka flower which they had on them. They threw it away because the flower had partnered with Brahma in telling that lie. The Ketaka flower now bows down to Sri Shiva and asks for forgiveness and says that what you have told means that my very birth will become fruitless. There'll be no purpose of me. What is the purpose of me then being here? A flower which is not used to be adorned on Murti of Sri Shiva, on the Shiva Linga, has no purpose in this existence. I will become useless. My birth itself will be fruitless. Please be kind to me. Forgive me. Forgive me for my sins. It has been told that just by remembering you, dear Sri Shiva, even consciously or unconsciously, a person burns many of their negative karmic reactions of the past. Many of their sins are removed. I have not just mentally thought about you, I am seeing you in person, in presence. Please remove this sin of mine. I seek for your forgiveness. Sri Shiva says, it will not be proper for me to wear you, since I have already given out my word, since I have already pronounced this, that I cannot wear you. It is important that I stay true to my words. So I will not be able to wear you. I will not put you on me. My attendants and followers are welcome to wear you, which means my attendants and followers can have you on them, but you should not offer the Ketaka flower on Sri Shiva. So hence your birth will also be fruitful. Thus, he blesses the Ketaka flower that you will be worn by my attendants and my followers. It's just that Sri Shiva won't have him on him because of the lie which the flower did. Thus, he blesses all the three, Ketaka, Brahma, and Sri Vishnu. What we learn from this chapter is that lying takes away what we already have. Think like this. Generally, this is how people think. Loss is if they lose money. For them, it's a loss. From today, the definition of loss is Every time you lie, you are losing. Every time you partner in a sin, you are losing. What you currently have, you lose. No one wants that, right? See, no human being in this world wants to degrade, wants to downgrade their life. Let us say you're here today. No one has a desire to downgrade their life, to go more lower and to suffer and struggle. We all look to upgrade our life, to live a much more comfortable life, a happier life. We want to come out of our suffering. No one wants to enter into suffering. So, similarly, every time you lie, you should remind yourself, I am downgrading my life. I'm going more into suffering. Let me not do it. Let me be truthful. So, this chapter shows us, I repeat again, Shri Brahma, Shri Vishnu, the Ketaka flower, they all are the greatest worshippers of Shri Shiva. They are used just as an example to teach us how to live our life as per Dharma. And that is what this chapter taught us. Next, we move into talks on Dharma. Today's session of talks on Dharma will be about Shri Ganesha. Today's session will be on the topic. We will now look at the stories of each and every Devata or each and every devotees, how they live their life, so we can inspire ourselves in the way we live, and we can better live our life by following these great Devatas on how they lived. Shri Ganesha. In fact, Shri Ganesha is said to be one of the 5 forms of creators who are especially worshipped in our traditions. One of the major 5 Devatas in our tradition who are highly worshipped, with such as Shri Vishnu, Shri Shiva, Ma Shakti or Ma Devi, Surya Devata, and Bhagavan Ganapati. He's highly worshipped, and all his leelas are equally beautiful as we learn the leela of Shri Shiva and Shri Vishnu and Ma Devi. In fact, Bhagavan Ganapati, he is regarded as the first to be worshipped in all forms of worship. And in all auspicious undertakings, we always worship him first. Now, many of you might be thinking, why do we worship Shri Ganesha first? There are many stories, many incidents which we can learn to understand why we worship him first. Number 1, we worship him so that we can overcome all the obstacles. The undertaking is completed, or whatever prayer we do, we should do it without any obstacle. When you are buying a house, when you're buying a vehicle, we pray to Shri Ganesha first, so that there's no future obstacles with this. When you're starting something new, we first pray to him so that our obstacles can be removed. The very first incident is that. Why is Shri Ganesha worshipped first? The incident, I'll get into this now. There was a question at the beginning of creation that who should be regarded as the first to be worshipped among all deities. All the devatas go to Shri Brahma. So at the beginning of creation, there's a question among all the devatas, who should be first to worship? There are so many of us. Yes, everyone can worship all of us, that's fine, but who will be the first to be worshipped? There was a question which arose, they all go to Shri Brahma. Shri Brahma said, whoever first completes the entire circumambulation of the entire earth shall be regarded as the first to be worshipped, which means whoever goes through the entire earth, the round, do one full round of the entire earth, whoever completes this first will be the first to be worshipped. All the devatas, all the deities, they got into their vahana, their vehicles, their celestial vehicles, and they all set to perform their circumambulation, which is going across the entire earth. Now, Shri Ganesha, since he is a little large, he has a huge belly, a little huge in his size, he's also known as Lambodara because of that big belly. His vehicle is a mouse. You see the mouse in this image? That's his vehicle. All the other deities had many birds, horses, and elephants to take them around this whole creation. But Shri Ganesha had a small mouse. How could Shri Ganesha then possibly race along with them? Was a big question. And with the consent of Devarishi Narada, Shri Ganesha wrote Rama, the name Rama. He wrote that name on the ground, and thus the circumambulation goes round of it 7 times. He writes Rama on the ground and moves around 7 times. Having done so, he goes to Shri Brahma and tells Shri Brahma that he has completed the entire journey of visiting the whole creation. Shri Brahma then declares him to be the first to be worshipped because the name of the Creator itself is this whole creation. When you chant mantra, Om Paramatmane Namaha, Om Purushaya Namaha, Om Shri Matre Namaha, Om Shivaya Namaha. These all are equal to doing rounds in this whole creation. So Shri Ganesha made Shri Rama, the name of Shri Rama, his whole world. So due to which, when he wrote it and when he did 7 rounds, he said, I have gone across the whole world, because for him, Shri Rama was his whole world. So like that, for us from today, Ishvara, whoever your Ishta Devata is, should become your whole world. When a person recites the name of the Divine Creator, what we learn from here is, when a person recites the name of the Divine Creator, it is equal to going through countless Brahmanda, multiple creations at the same time. There's also another incident where Shri Ganesha goes around Shankara, Shri Shiva, and Ma Parvati themselves. In fact, on another kalpa. So what we learn here of Sri Rama was on a different kalpa. Now we come to another kalpa. Another incident is that Shri Ganesha does a circumambulation, goes around. His father, Shri Shankara, and his mother, Ma Parvati. Another time, another race was decided. Who goes around this whole creation first will be worshipped first. Shri Ganesha is around, across his father and mother. For him, his mother was the earth, his father was the creator, Prajapati. Since he does that, he is then again declared to be worshipped first. In this way, what we learn here from his behavior is that two things. Number one, constantly chant the name of Ishvara, the mantra. Don't let it go. Any mantra, whichever you feel deeply connected to, even just Om or the mantra of your Ishtadevata. Number two, be devoted to your father and mother. Look after them, irrespective of how they are. Some might say, I don't get along with them, I don't speak with them, our mindsets don't match. That is all different. Keep it away. See your parents as Sri Ganesha saw his parents. He made them his whole world. He goes across them and he tells Sri Brahma, I've completed the journey across the world. They all think, how so fast? And then they thought, my goodness, he roamed, he went across his own parents who were his own world. So, like that, being dedicated to your loved ones, looking after them, is what is true success in life. Not just physical strength and otherworldly means. So that is why Sri Ganesha is always worshipped first. So when you take refuge at the feet of Sri Ganesha, he gives you the divine wisdom, intellect, and intelligence which he is always known for. So what can we learn from him? We learn that bhakti begins with Sharanagati. What is Sharanagati? Surrender, taking refuge, full surrender at the feet of Bhagavan. When faced with a challenge that appeared impossible to overcome through physical strength or worldly means, Sri Ganesha did not depend merely upon his own ability. Instead, he recognized the greatness of the Nama, the name, and took refuge in the name of Ishvara. See, he had just a mouse. With a mouse, how can he go across the creation? When he knew, when he faced a challenge where it was impossible for him to go across this whole creation, he takes refuge on the name Ram. Om Shri Ramaya Namaha. Om Purushaya Namaha. These all are the same names, different names leading to the same personality. Meditating on the mantra is very important, what we learn from Sri Ganesha. Number two, sticking to Sri Rama, circumambulating the name demonstrates that the name is not separate from the creator. The creator is the name. So when you chant the name, you are going across this whole creation. You don't need to go anywhere. If you're interested in traveling here and there, go nowhere. Just meditate on his name. You travel the whole creation. So Shraddha, faith in the name, the mantra that we chant is very important. Don't take this mantra, Om Paramatmane Namaha, very lightly. Don't take this mantra, Om Purushaya Namaha, very easily. These are names that can, mantra that can help you to reach the highest. And we also learn Mata and Pitra Bhakti. That is devotion and reverence towards the elders, the mother and father. Generally, people say, oh, my parents were the ones who put me through depression. I don't like interacting with them. See, we all burn our karmic reactions through them. Father and mother are the first effect of our karmic reactions. Then comes your sibling. Then comes the family, external family. Then comes the friend. Then comes the society. The father and mother are the first way how we burn our karmic reaction. So rather than being angry at them, learn the quality which Sri Vishnu showcased today, Shama, Daya, forgiveness, compassion. Whatever they did in the past, forgive them. Have compassion towards them. And like Sri Ganesha, respect them, irrespective of how they are. Forgive, forget, respect. This teaches us that spiritual wisdom is not necessarily demonstrated through outward achievement, it is also revealed through understanding, humility, and respect. So, Sri Ganesha teaches us that it's not physical strength which is important in a person, it is the intelligence to surrender to the Creator which is most important in a person. He teaches us humility and complete trust in the name of the Creator. This is Sri Ganesha. So now, joining our palms, thanking the Creator for this divine wisdom He gave us today. Let this wisdom always be in our mind. Om Tat Sat. Thank you for joining this session.